If you are searching...
Okay, so it looks like we are streaming. Hey, Kronos, first in the house. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. And so, let's see, we get that. So, I'm going to post that in there. We'll pin that. All right, so if anybody wants to join the stream, there is the link. Now, I'll give it a couple of minutes here, but usually it takes a few minutes into the stream before the stream works properly for some reason. Don't know why, but that's just the way it is. So it might, if it's a little buffery for the first couple of minutes, that's relatively normal, but we'll see how it's working. Hopefully it doesn't do too bad today, but we'll see. And yes, indeed, Godzilla vs. Megalon, one of the greatest drop kicks in the history of kaiju films, without a doubt. And so let's see. And that was from Aerial Ballet. Hanging out mode activated from Indie Tiger. Sister says good evening. Corona says let's all hang out. Aberjam says greetings. Hey Aberjam, you're up at an uncharacteristic time, I think. I don't know. I can never keep track of your weird UK time zones. I don't know what time it is there. Chronos says hey. Bernie says hello. Let It Buff says Chronos. Is that wild crooners I see? I'm not sure what you mean. Chronos is saying hi to Bernie. Because why not? And what is a kaiju? Well, Chronos, a kaiju, I don't know exactly what kaiju means literally, but I believe that, well, it basically, a kaiju film is just Japanese for the Japanese term, what we would call a monster movie. And, so a Godzilla type movie is a kaiju movie. So John DeMarco is in the house. Hey, John, hope you're doing well. So yeah, I was all set I was working on getting the Jeopardy board set up for today. And then I realized what an idiot I am, because this computer can't do Jeopardy. Because I can't do multiple screens. I can't, in order for me to do Jeopardy, I have to bring up StreamYard on one monitor and capture the Jeopardy board from another monitor. And I can't do that on this computer because this computer can only do one screen. So I am an idiot. So, yeah, take that for what it is. Man, I don't know why. It's probably just because I got too many things trying to run at the same... Oh, I know what it is. I am... Let me see. Let me stop all this stuff from running. I forgot I shouldn't be running Play On. So I'm on episode 18 there. I need to... Yes, we'll stop. I did not even realize, because I forgot I had a background program running. Yep, and all of a sudden it stopped buffering. That's much better. Just so for those of you, I know most of you won't care, but so I've been downloading episodes of Deep Space Nine for research purposes, and I completely forgot I had that downloading in the background. So, hello. Now that I stopped the download process, all of a sudden things are running much better. And let's see. And there's Indy Tiger. Hey, Indy, how you doing? And Elihu, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How's everybody?
Hi, I'm pretty bored myself.
Well, I'm glad you're here with me. Bored. Wow.
Hey, I actually got my notification you're going live, so I figured I'm bored. I'll hang out with AT.
Well, gee, I'm glad to see that I'm one step up from being just, watching paint dry.
Exactly.
It makes me feel special. Um, so, did you guys watch Lower Decks?
Yes, I did.
No, I have not seen that yet.
You haven't watched Lower Decks yet?
No, I've seen season 1, obviously, but not season. No, I haven't seen the season 2 one.
Really?
But I
poor
did
boy,
just finish watching your Sacrifice of Angels video.
Oh, the 45 minutes of hell that everybody hates?
I liked it. It's very true. It's everything you say is really true, and it's like it doesn't make sense that they don't say turn and fire at the Klingons or pivot at warp 2, which Kirk says. Kirk
Right.
is like
Well, it's one thing that bugs me. It started granted, it's not unique to Deep Space Nine, and I know that some people say, well, it's not just Deep Space Nine. Why are you just picking on Deep Space Nine? And it's like, well, I'm not saying it's just Deep Space Nine. It's just that I was asked to talk about this specific episode, and this happens in this episode, and whenever, and whether it's Star Trek The Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, wherever we see it, when they say something like, evasive maneuvers, Riker Alpha, it's like, that doesn't tell me anything,
I said the exact same thing in my comment. It's like, we'll start with the Kuvar maneuver. Well, what the hell is the Kuvar maneuver?
Right. Now, it would be fine if they have a setup like in Favor the Bold, the episode that comes before Sacrifice of Angels. And they're sitting there in their strategy sessions at Starbase 375. If you see Cisco saying, okay, so we're going to have the fighters use attack pattern theta. And what that means is that they're going to go in squadrons of 5 and they're going to go in a pattern like this. Okay, great. So now when he says attack pattern theta, we know what they're talking about.
But the pilots automatically know during training, instead of saying, okay, we're going to do this, our pilot's going to go over here, you're going to do this maneuver. It's a lot easier to say in technical terms, okay, we're doing this maneuver, and the pilots know what maneuver to do, so they know where the position to put their ships are.
Well, that's why, like, a typical, and it's a writing trope, but it's an effective one. And Kronos, no, we're not making fun of DS9, but this is a writing problem that DS9 and all of Trek, actually, after the original series, all of Trek suffers from this. But here's the way you do it as a writer, is you include someone in the room that doesn't know. And so that way, that person needs to be filled in, and that person is the surrogate for the audience. So what you do is, like, you have Cisco and Admiral Ross, and let's say you have a Klingon in the room, like, so you have Martok there. And so Cisco goes, okay, so the fighters are going to use attack pattern theta, and Ross is just, like, nodding because he knows he's Federation, and Martok's like, what the heck is attack pattern theta? And Cisco can then just go, well, attack pattern theta is if the fighters come in a squad of 5 and they're using a wedge formation. And so if they do that, now you're telling the audience, but it sounds like he's telling Martok.
Yeah, and it makes sense to do that, but it also makes sense just to say what you said. He doesn't have to say attack pattern theta. He's just going to explain it in the next sentence.
Right. Because, then the next thing he does is just tell us what he's going to do. He says, go attack the Cardassian ships and then peel off and run like hell. Okay, why do we need to hear attack pattern theta? You know, you just told us what you're going to tell them to do. And someone said in the comments that, well, actually what he said is tactical pattern theta, and so not attack pattern theta, and therefore he's just talking about the formation that they're using, not necessarily. And it's like, so what? Then tell me what is tactical pattern theta. You know, it doesn't matter. Either way, you're giving me nonsensical information. And so, yeah,
will give specific directions,
right,
where he's like, turn to 114 Mark 17,
right,
and then get an idea. Okay, the ship is moving around to the starboard and then up, and that makes sense. At least in my mind, you can understand what's going on a little bit better.
right.
With the Romulans encapsulate the Enterprise in the deadly years. They have him completely surrounded on all sides. So they're using three-dimensional space to completely encapsulate the Enterprise. They're not lining up next to each other, in front and behind each other. And you see this in Discovery, too, in the Battle of the Binary Stars. It made no sense there either. The ships are too close together. They're lined up in a skirmish line. It's like, what is this about? This doesn't make sense.
They think that they're on the problem is that in a desperate move to be cinematic, and an attempt to one up whatever's come before, they're trying to squeeze more and more ships onto the screen at one time. And so, like Battle on the Binary Stars, where we've got to put more ships on the screen than they had for Sacrifice of Angels. So, you know, so we've got to, you know, and so Sacrifice of Angels, they had 600 ships on the screen. So we've got to make sure we put 900 ships on the screen for Battle on the Binary Stars, you know. So that, you know, and it's, the problem is, we don't care, you know, whoops, and we lost, who was that? Elihu, and he's back. There you go.
Lost connection.
No worries. I know it happens. So if we,
I was going to say something. Sorry.
No, that's okay. What's that, Elihu?
It kind of reminds me. Well, you said that they should actually explain the maneuvers.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me of the War Games episode where Wesley Crusher had that little school project, and they did the Picard maneuver, and they explained what the Picard maneuver was instead of just saying, "Yeah, they're doing the Picard maneuver." They actually explained the maneuver in the episode.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we learned what the Picard maneuver was before it happened. And so that way, when we see it happen, we know what it is. Mm-hmm. And so and that's how it should work. If you're going to use a named maneuver, that's perfectly okay. It's just that you have to educate the audience as to what it is first. And so, if you don't, then it just becomes a nonsensical term, and then it becomes stupid sometimes when you have stuff like in Best of Both Worlds. I'm sorry, I love Best of Both Worlds, but if I ever do a breakdown of that, I am going to absolutely rip to shreds. Evasive pattern Riker 1 when the Enterprise just kind of lists to the left.
Star Wars move.
You know, and it's like, wow, evasive pattern Riker 1. You know, what's that? That's how about just hard to port? You know, why?
Yeah, that would
be Han Solo move. Come on.
Yeah. And Carno says the viewers are not in Starfleet. That's why you have to educate them. That's the exact point of that.
Yeah, they did not do that on the Orville.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if I were to tell you, you know, if I were to make an order of crossing the T, would you know what that is? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But show what it means to cross the T when you're got two formations of ships and they're crossing each other perpendicular to each other. That's right. What crossing the T is. That's a standard maneuver on.
And you always have some, and if you're not going to make it painfully obvious, then that's when you have some lay person in the show that you educate.
Wait, I take that back. Sorry. Hug the Donkey was an
Hug the Donkey was great,
yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I forgot. I take that back, yeah.
Yeah. But and the thing is, like, especially like during the battle, you had Garrick right there. I don't know why he's sitting there on the bridge, but Garrick is right there. So here's your ignorant civilian. And so every time Cisco barks an order that's military jargon, Garrick is like, huh? And then you can have, any of the other bridge officers fill Garrick in on what's going on.
Yeah, that would be a great job for Nog. He could be like, oh yeah, he just does an aside and whispers into Garrick's ear.
Right.
Oh, what's this?
Yeah.
This is what we're doing.
Yeah. And Garrick can be like, thank you so much for filling me in because I have no idea. And that would be great because then we can all be sitting there saying, thank you, Nog, for filling Garrick in because we don't know either, yeah. And Valor is pointing out, the Cisco attack pattern T, target Cardassian ships, then fire at will. That's one that I went off on in the video, of course, because fire at will is a very and that's where Stephen Ira Bear or is that no Ira Stephen Bear, and I can't remember the other writer's name, but they're good writers overall. I'm not saying they're bad writers, but they obviously don't know military terminology. And it's one of those things that I can't stand because fire at will has a specific meaning. It's basically saying, choose your targets. It's not, and so you can't say, here's your target, now choose your target. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what Cisco did. How would you lure a Dominion squadron into a ship debris field? Well, I don't know that I would. I that's the thing. I think the battle was done all wrong.
You stall your engines, act like you're losing power till it goes in for a closer kill, then you put engines up again.
Yeah.
Fire at will.
Josh says, doesn't TNG make fun of evasive maneuver Riker 1 in the TNG movies? I don't think so. Do they?
I don't recall.
I don't remember.
I don't recall that, Josh. How would I write a Cardassian member of Starfleet? A Cardassian officer would be extremely by the book. A Cardassian officer, and keep in mind that after the Dominion War, with the rise of Dumar, I would have no problem, and in fact, I think that this is something that would have been worth exploring in the Picard series, would be a petition for the Cardassian Union to join the Federation. And that would be actually an interesting political thing that Picard could have gotten into, which would have been a lot more interesting than the garbage that we got. How would, say, the Bajorans and the Klingons and stuff feel about Cardassia petitioning to join?
But the Bajorans would be totally against it.
Right. But considering that Damar he died a true hero, and then you could bring back Kira, who would now be probably, very high up in the Bajoran government, who would actually be, I think, an advocate for Cardassia, even though she was, and which would, I think, be a very interesting political position. It would be like, well, wait a minute, Kira, you fought against them. Yes, but I saw what Damar became, and I fought with him. I saw him die, so I think that could be that would be an interesting political piece, not this garbage that we got about androids and, whatever.
Exactly. Remember the old Vulcan proverb, only Nixon can go to China.
Yeah.
How you guys doing?
Hey, how you doing, Springtime?
It would just to double down on that.
You can bring on somebody else.
What's that?
I'm gonna leave the chat.
Well, you don't have to leave. We got room. Don't panic.
We're
not trying to kick you out, buddy. By the way,
I was just trying to be polite.
No, that's all good.
I had to say about the sacrifice of angels.
Yeah. And Valor says Riker 1, the Enterprise flies over the starbase and then flies into dock. That's horrible. And by the way, before we move on, I do want to say, if you haven't seen Indy's video, then, and Indy, if you can, put the link to it in the chat. Really, you've had some great ideas in your video. As far as, I mean, I like the way you were thinking as far as how to integrate some interesting ideas, especially with the Klingons. I like what you were thinking there as far as using all three variants of the Klingons. Anyways, you had some good ideas there. So, and the Atavachron never even crossed my mind. Brilliant idea with the Atavachron. Absolutely brilliant. So, would I bring back Dukat? I would not have sent him to the fire caves at all, which I will get into in 2 videos. The next video I'm doing is specifically about changes leading up to the prophets intervening at the end of Sacrifice of Angels. Then I'm going to get into the long-term repercussions of the changes that I was proposing.
Hey, Silty, I have a thought on the video you put out. Just a little thought.
Yeah.
I think is worth bringing up.
Sorry, Springtime. Didn't mean to go ramble on.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's okay. I think the problem with the battle is it doesn't make a lick of sense, and you're completely right. Mm-hmm. And using they could have they would have realistically just said, everybody break up into battle groups and make a beeline for Deep Space Nine any way you can. And it would have been very realistic because they would have flown over the main fleet and you could have had a chaotic battle. It's just up until that point, they had no money to have a fleet battle. It's a well-known fact. And clearly their desire to have a dramatic fleet battle that they could never have done up until this point got the better of them. And that's why I think all the criticisms are valid, but unfortunately, if they could have gone back in time, they would have simply been like, you mean have basically the best of both worlds, admittedly with some fleet action, but just only slightly better? They would have just shake their heads and gone, no, we're having a massive fleet battle. Logic be damned.
I don't think in TNG you would have ever seen a fleet battle.
They didn't have the money for it.
Even if they had the money, it wouldn't have fit with.
I'm sorry, is it just me? Is your voice and your volume going?
Yeah, your volume kind of died down there, Indy.
Sorry. What I was saying is, I don't think it would fit with Picard to have a fleet battle in TNG. It's just not.
I think it would have been. Actually, it's interesting because I think Picard would have been a good strategist, but it's TNG was the end of the peaceful era of Starfleet. Like, I would say Picard was the last pacifist.
It's about exploration, not war and battles like the original TOS.
And that's kind of something that I've been thinking about trying to do a really in-depth video about one of these days, is to talk about the I was going to say the fall and rise of Starfleet as the military. Because, there's always been an argument about whether Starfleet is or isn't the military. And there are fans that feel that it isn't, and there are fans that feel that it is. And I think that the answer is yes. Because I think that Starfleet is absolutely the military in TOS. And I think that if you pay attention in Star Trek VI, when Praxis explodes and they're talking about dismantling Starfleet, and then the chief of operations, who amazingly is Sisko's dad, who apparently Sisko's dad lives to be like 300 years old or something, but he says that, he's the one that's objecting, but the chief of operations says, well, I'm sure that our scientific and exploration will be unaffected. And so the military wing of Starfleet is dismantled in Star Trek VI. And so at that point, beyond Star Trek VI, because of detente with the Klingons, Starfleet is kind of demilitarized. And then in Star Trek, The Next Generation, when Picard is like, Starfleet is not a military organization, he's telling the truth, but then the Borg happen. You know, the Q-Who happens. And all of a sudden, the Admiralty back on Earth is like, oh crap, we need to get military again real quick. And so after that, they start developing ships like the Defiant class, the Akira class, you know, all these new military-based ships. They start training their new cadets with military tactics. We get new officers that are coming up the ranks like Cisco that are more military-minded, so that by the end of the Deep Space Nine run, Starfleet is absolutely the military again.
That's interesting because
I've got a thought on that, which
I always felt that POS was kind of the Wild West of Star Trek, where they were out there and they were taming the untamed, you know, star systems.
Right.
That's Voyager.
No, they're just running the hell away. Except Janeway is a bit of a badass, and she, you know, she'll kick butt when she needs to.
You're breaking up something fierce, Springtime.
And like,
Sorry
about that. Might be
there. You go. You're back.
Okay, if you can hear me, my it's a bit of a retcon and maybe like hand waves, but I think if we take like the real world into considerations, I think the Federation, like, let's be honest, the United States has gone through periods of they faced enemies like the Klingon and Romulans who you had to take serious. Mm-hmm. So they probably had, for one hand, commands that dealt with the military matters. And for starters, Picard probably was never in that group. And in Deep Space Nine, we know that they were fighting the Cardassians and the Thenkethi and the Tholians. But we never know what those wars were like. They could have been jokes of enemies. They were enemies that they took seriously, but they could always out-strategize them. Even though the Cardassians are said to be awesome strategists, the Federation always wound up on top. Well, it's just by the time of the Borg and the Minion, I should clarify this, they had never gone up against a literal slugfest. Like, the Borg, it's hard to strategize with, and the Dominion will honestly, it's stated in canon, they will answer the problem of a Starfleet strategy and a Klingon strategy. There's a gajillion more ships, and I don't think the Federation was ready for that kind of battle. I think when Picard says, you know, he ejected to the war game, you could handwave that as being, I'm only going to find out what I already know, that Riker is one hell of a strategist, and I'm no slouch myself.
Well, I think that here's the interesting thing is that now with the, as far as Starfleet is concerned, they did not face a significant threat from the destruction of Praxis until the encounter with the Borg. There was not a significant threat that the Federation faced. Because,
and what I mean by real, sorry to cut you off. What I mean by real world is if you look at it from this point, okay, from your time when you were in the military, the Cold War was going on, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. When I was in the military, the Cold War was at its height.
So between the 1950s
and thank you, John, for taking care of that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I was going to say something. Thank you.
U.S. military, had to worry about a conventional threat from the Soviets. Then in 2001, we got into the War on Terror, which was a different kind of battle. Now China and Russia is coming back, so you have the same thing, basically, in my opinion, going on. Having to go from one kind of military thinking to a totally different. That for some people is like, oh, this is what I trained for. Basically, what I'm saying is that from their perspective, like, right. Oh yeah, we got this easily handled. We don't need new ships. All of our ships that are state of the art have easily, the Cardassians. They always say they're gonna win, but then they always run back to the Cardassian border claiming victory that they never won.
And
sorry if I'm rambling.
No, that's all right. And by the way, these people that are doing the hate speech in the chat, please don't forget to report them after you block them. And by the way, John DeMarco, you're on top of it, and I really do appreciate what you're doing, buddy.
Yes, I'm not paying attention. I'm busy reporting and blocking. So
yeah.
They got another one.
Yeah.
Another one.
I'm sure it's the same person. That's just,
yeah.
They've got nothing better to do, but
Ban your channel.
Probably a 10-year-old with mom and dad are away.
Yeah, but I agree with what you're saying. The military has to be flexible enough to counter any threat, but you're not always prepared for that threat when it happens, and you have to learn new strategies and new techniques.
Mm-hmm. Right, but the military, if a military has no significant threat, then they tend to become complacent, and that's what we see in Star Trek: The Next Generation in the first couple of seasons. And we've seen it in the United States military over time as well. If we see any country that goes for a significant amount of time and not being threatened, there's no rival out there, then you get lazy because, nobody's going to touch us. We're okay. And then what happens when somebody, bigger than you shows up? When all of a sudden there's the Borg, when all of a sudden there's the Dominion, now you have two choices.
And we do hear it from even Martok.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry. We hear it from Martok too when the Breen attack Earth. He mentions, and when you think about it, it probably sort of says that even the Klingons weren't insane enough to go up on a fully take on the Federation. Like he says,
right.
My people never even considered that. Like, oh shit, we're not insane. We're not gonna go total war with you guys. We'd lose.
Right.
Yeah, on Enterprise, they started with the warp drive for exploration. Then they heard about the Klingons, and we need to militarize, like you said, at AT.
Yeah.
It started off with militarization because that's what Enterprise and TOS is. Then it went to exploration with TNG. Then it went to diplomacy with DS9. Then it went to final war.
Right.
Yeah.
Then Voyager, of course, was the Wild Wild West.
And by the way, Alex, it's kind of funny. Alex made me think of something. He is suggesting, what about a show set in between TOS and TNG with the Gorn as the main reoccurring antagonist? I would actually be interested in something that sets up a relationship between the Gorn and the Cardassians, since they're both reptilian. That they are related to each other in some way.
Everybody is. If you remember that TNG episode.
I gotta second that idea. And admittedly, my vision would be something like, what were the Cardassian wars like? Because we know from O'Brien's point of view, they were brutal, but at the same time, from what we see in Deep Space Nine, they weren't exactly the power that they make themselves out to be.
Right.
And it could easily segue into, on one hand, the Federation using what they have available are very effective war fighters, but at the other hand, they A, got complacent, obviously, and B, they're not, their resources aren't unlimited. So when somebody brings up, we could use some nice new fancy ships, somebody's going to look at it, real world, by the way, you're doing just fine with Excelsior class ships. We've seen the battle reports. We're not interested in what some unfortunate vet has to say, to be honest.
Right.
You guys are doing just fine. I mean, what's the worst that could possibly happen until decades later some enemy shows up who says, that's a clever strategy. I'm just going to put a cajillion ships on that. And you're never too young to die, Ensign.
My thinking is I'd actually like to see something set about 140 years after the Dominion War, where they have now intergalactic travel, and they're trying to hunt down the probe that Kirk sent to Andromeda and the Kelva by any other name, because now Starfleet is a little bit more cautious about inviting people in to the home galaxy. and get rid of some of these aliens that we know so well. Vulcan, you know.
Well,
like Vulcan.
here's an interesting idea. So,
let's get rid of the Klingons. Let's bring in some new.
how long did they say it was going to take the probe to get to the Andromeda Galaxy for the Kelvins?
I could have sworn they said 50 years.
It's like 300 years. It was 300 years. And so it would time out very nicely at about 140 years or so after the Dominion War, to where, yeah, they're looking for this thing, and there's only a handful of ships. There's very little backup. There's only a handful of ships in the Andromeda Galaxy, maybe a couple of, I was going to say Romulans, but then they destroyed Romulus, so.
But here's where I think, because I think that granted, my problem is that I don't particularly care for where they've kind of pushed the Trek timeline so far as far as the current stuff. But where I could see if we're extrapolating out from the Berman era and trying to look at where it could go. And how's this for one of those mind-numbing kind of situations? So like you're saying, we set it, say 150 years or so, but we don't need intergalactic travel because the galaxy's huge. We don't need the galaxy has got plenty of room in it. But remember, the Kelvins were initially looking for other galaxies to conquer. And so the Federation was like, oh yeah, we'll send a robot ship there with a flag of friendship to the Kelvins, right? So when the Kelvin Empire receives that, they see that as being, these guys are going to be easy pickings, right? And so they're thinking, the Milky Way galaxy, total piece of cake. So they decide they're going to do a full-on invasion of the Milky Way galaxy. However, they don't happen to hit when they invade, just because of the way the galaxies are aligned. They don't happen to invade the Alpha Quadrant. And so the way that it starts is we start out 150 years or so in the future in the Bajoran sector. Wormhole opens up, and we have a huge fleet of Dominion ships approaching the Deep Space Nine. And like everything is massive battle stations. Everybody's freaking out. What's going to happen? A new Dominion war and everything. And aboard the Dominion flagship is a changeling. The changeling beams onto Deep Space Nine and then says, "We need your help."
That's not a bad idea. I kind of like that idea a lot.
The Kelvins have invaded the Dominion.
Yeah,
I have a follow-on idea.
And the Saint throws in a pound. Thank you so much, the Saint. I truly appreciate it, my friend. Especially after all that trolling. It's always nice.
This is how I would do it, a bit of a modification, but This is how I would do it. Okay, so by that point, I figure that, Roddenberry dream comes true. The Cleons are part of the Federation. The Cardassians are part of...
Right. The Alpha Quadrant's pretty much unified at this point.
For the first season, maybe two, I would have it that the Voth from Voyager would be kind of the big bad, because they kind of seem like they're kind of like the logical big power in waiting. But
okay,
they would be facing a Federation, and the Dominion have given up because they'd be facing a Federation at this point. The possibility of a slugfest. You guys still hear me?
You cut out for a second.
Barely.
Yeah, somebody was trying to call me. Like a slugfest war, like a Federation that's now hard as nails, basically.
Yeah.
And that basically be the one thing that I would add to that, is basically being that would be why the Dominion would want to seek help from the Federation, because I know that these guys, and this would be the reveal, we would have a scene of some admirals and some Klingon generals during the Dominion War who basically come to the same conclusion. We're fucked. The Dominion can just send a shit ton of ships bypassed a wormhole, and if it took them 100 years, so be it. They're just going to conquer us eventually, so we might as well just fight total war.
You mean kind of like when the Borg invaded the Alpha Quadrant? They were just came together.
Yeah, basically, by this point, the Federation would basically be like the one power. Like when the Kelvins show up, the Dominion flat out warn them, okay, you want to make peace with everybody because this one power called the Federation ain't going to be a pushover. And they're like, ha, 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 ha. They send out a probe. And they're like, you haven't met them in a couple of 100 years. They're way different.
I'm sorry, but that's been done before in plenty of movies and TV shows where a bigger threat comes together and all the enemies become friends and they fight against the bigger enemy. That's kind of been done before and way overkilled.
Well, it'd be mostly the Dominion would presumably be desperate enough to seek help from a power that by this point they probably figure can take them on and win.
There's a lot
because that's what I'm sort of gathering to say. The Dominion are desperate.
Yeah, so there's a lot of directions this can go. If you did the
Discovery
Dominion coming through the wormhole, I would even say, you know, it's a fleet of ships, but they're so broken down and beat up and torn up that they're no threat at all. But you don't realize it at first. You just see the wormhole open and all these Dominion ships come through. Opening credits. Everybody's tense. Opening credits. But then at the end of the opening credits, it's like something's wrong here. You know, whoever's on Deep Space Nine, there's something wrong with these ships. They're all busted up. They're in bad shape. You know, one of them is about to have a warp core breach. You know, stuff like that.
Right, they're scanning the ships, realizing that they're in no shape to fight.
Correct. Yeah. And so that's a way to go. I think that would be a little more.
Well, you see, I think that's if we're seeing the broken remains of the Dominion, and then to realize that, you know, the Kelvins, because the Kelvins were already significantly more advanced than the Federation when we saw them before, and they were able to get the Enterprise with, you know, the Enterprise to them very primitive tech. With some very basic modifications, we're able to get it to where it could get up to, what was it, like warp 13 or whatever. And so I think that their technology would advance. And thank you, Trace throws in $5 as just a donation. I truly appreciate it, Trace. I don't see a message attached to it, just a donation of $5, and that is very kind of you. But I would like to see, you know, because I think that they would be a genuine threat. And the nice thing is we would be able to set up for probably the first half a season of just them worrying about what the heck are they if they're so powerful that they just curb stomp the Dominion. And
I do have one problem that someone is going to bring up eventually.
What's that?
Worf said he fought a Kelvin at one point in his life.
Say that again?
In an episode of Deep Space Nine, I literally just remembered this. So, Worf mentions to Dax that he had fought a Kelvin 10 times his size.
Really?
Yeah, he mentions it in passing, which
I don't bring
it up because
I don't remember that.
I
don't remember that line specifically. No,
it was mentioned literally in passing, suggesting that the Kelvin had sent some other, I guess, scouts, and maybe they had gotten into a conflict with the Federation.
Do you remember what episode?
Yeah, because that does
it was
not
when he was
ring a bell.
looking after O'Brien and Keiko's kid.
You sure he wasn't just telling a story?
He could have been, but it seemed like he was really ashamed because he felt like he was being a bad parent because their kid got hurt when he was pretending to be a TARD. It was nothing major, but he mentioned it in passing that he was fearless because he had fought a Kelvin 10 times his size.
Okay.
Now, to be fair, it's nothing that the track writers haven't forgotten about, stuff like that, so don't feel bad.
Right.
No.
If you remember the name of the episode, I have the scripts here, so...
Yeah, it's the like it's.
I would
only
just
remember it as
I would do a word search for Kelvin.
yeah, just
Well,
look up Kelvin and it should have the episode.
I
But
don't have the search on my transcript. I'm sorry.
yeah,
I just have the seasons and episode names. And
I used to have a
just go on
website where I
just type
could
in
search for it, but
just type on Memory Alpha Kelvin and it should come up something. But to be fair, the writers have forgotten so much. I don't think the fans, if this was like an official production, would ever really give too much crap, even though you know how fans can get.
Yeah.
I mean, for the sake of argument, if I had any
yeah, it
influence on the
sounds like
discovery,
he was because the line is, "I am a Klingon warrior and a Starfleet officer. I've piloted starships through Dominion minefields. I've stood in battle against Kelvins twice my size. I've courted and won the heart of the magnificent Jadzia Dax. I can do these things. I can make this child go to sleep." It sounds like he was just boasting. But let's see. But yeah, there's no real. It doesn't sound like there's any reference to him actually fighting a Kelvin.
then again, like for example, if you remember the Ensigns of Command, I was thinking to myself that the biggest wasted opportunity in Discovery that could have helped them immensely, just in terms of explaining away shit because they wanted to be all artsy, was they could have just mentioned that these were renegades and that they were using genetic modifications and ships provided by the Shellyak as some petty revenge for their treaty with the Federation, because years before that they had been in a war with the Shellyak. And I was like, that would have been your biggest ad. It wouldn't have pleased everybody, but it would have been a nice little, interesting little nod. Like, like, oh yeah, it sucks. It's a crappy theory, like an explanation, but no, yeah, a few years ago they did fight the Shellyak.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like someone's saying that they think that the whole Kelvin thing may have been a reference to a fan-made story from the Orion Press in which, in 2285, the Kelvins actually attacked the Gorn homeworld in a second offensive against the Milky Way galaxy, but there's nothing canonical.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense, because you're not going to just send one scout ship.
Right. But
if you're trying to scout out a galaxy for invasion, you're going to send several.
But there is nothing in canon to suggest that Worf actually fought a Kelvin, even except for that line.
And to be fair, considering that we're just sort of just speculating on what we would do, the biggest explanation, like if I actually had to, explain this, like, well, wait a minute, didn't Worf fight I would probably simply say, we only have those Kelvin's word for what exactly the state of their military is. For all we know, these could have just been a bunch of crackpot extremists, and the rest of the Kelvin. That actually would be an interesting way to go, that these were actually crackpot extremists with a small fraction of their space force, but the rest of them are just happy enough to coexist. That would actually be some decent drama. Like, the Dominion would initially pop through the wormhole and say, glorious news, a Kelvin fleet of artisans, explorers, and intellectuals are here. They finally arrived. And then at the last second, like they get a distress signal from a starship saying they're under attack by an unknown aggressor that matches the Kelvin ships. And they're like, oh shit,
And hey, Positive Candor has joined us.
I'm just saying that would be like a nice little twist to the original series episode, that these were literally just crazy people.
Yeah,
crazy people with some powerful friends.
Yeah, that would be an interesting way to go. And they're still fighting. They're fighting a civil war amongst themselves. And these crackpot extremists are fleeing to try to establish a foothold in the Milky Way galaxy.
The only
and it would
problem
be
with that is that if it's just a small group of crackpot extremists as opposed to them being the mainstream, then you diminish the threat.
no. This is how I would do it. I would have it that as a unified force, like within the Kelvin government, they're no threat at all. It's just that compared to like a Federation starship or Dominion starship, like a high-end ship of the line, just one of these, extremist vessels is a nightmare to deal with. It's like, okay, that they'd flat out tell the Kelvins, okay, that might be true for you guys, but from what we just heard, one of your doesn't represent us and they're not a threat, just took out 20 of our ships.
Right.
Well,
Sort of take it would be an interesting take on like real world events, because realistically, whenever these extremist people pop up on their own, they're basically no threat to anybody.
if you were to go that way, I might say that it's not just a small group of extremists; it's an actual civil war among the Kelvin, where you have a third of the population is neutral, and then a third is one way, and another third is the other way, and you've got the neutral party in the middle between these two extreme ends fighting each other. And then it becomes a major threat, because now you've got a huge population of Kelvin who are trying to invade the Milky Way galaxy and are bringing their war with them.
Like that could be the problem, is that if you have the Kelvin factions, basically the Kelvins are looking to divvy up the Milky Way galaxy. And basically they've already been working on the Gamma Quadrant, and the Dominion has suffered extreme losses over it. And so now the Alpha Quadrant has kind of got to brace themselves and figure out a way to prevent the everybody from getting wiped out, and letting negotiations and peaceful settlements reign instead of gunfire that can wipe out whole systems. With the ridiculous firepower that they have at their command. Now,
News reporter $1. Alex Lemons. Dear at Salty Trekker, are you also bothered that the episode
Alex really wants to ask this question.
Knowing that humanoid life in the galaxy sprang from the same source is a big deal.
I don't know if you guys saw this in the chat. So, wanted to know if we're bothered by the, like in the episode The Chase, that all humanoid life came from the same source from the episode The Chase. Actually, I'm okay with it. I think that it makes sense, and I think most sci-fi franchises need to come up with some kind of excuse as to why there's so many humanoid species. Because if you're going to try to be quote-unquote realistic in your sci-fi, honestly, it doesn't make much sense that so many life forms happen to look human, except for the fact that, your actors are all humans. And so I personally, I think it makes sense, because the reason that Klingons and Romulans and Vulcans and all that all look like humans in makeup in the real world is because they're humans in makeup. But to put that in, is Deej to put that $1 in? Okay. Yeah, I saw him put that in there a couple of times, Deej. I was just trying to get a break in the conversation to bring it up. But I do think it makes sense. It doesn't bother me in the slightest.
Does it bother you that Ferengi say humanoid and human, not humanoid?
No, I think that human is meant to be a derogatory term. When Ferengi say human, I think of that as like they're saying the H word.
So Arthur C. Clarke did basically use form follows function in, I think it was 2060, Space Odyssey 2061. It was like one of the books in that series, where on Europa, after all these thousands of years or whatever, there's sharks. There's basically sharks swimming around in the waters, and its form follows function. So if you're in the water, you're going to develop to be a fish or something similar to a fish.
Right. Something that can function in that environment.
Correct. So something that could function in an environment of, high grasses, savannas, and things like that can see far and can run fast. Maybe they develop 2 legs. Maybe
it's called Darwinism.
Yeah, and so that could be used to explain all the
To a certain extent, yes, but that wouldn't explain, for example, why Spock could exist. It wouldn't, because and the fact that we have, and in fact, how many? It's actually kind of funny because the more Trek gets convoluted, the more you realize that they're actually not different species, but actually different races, because most of them can interbreed.
Cardassian Bajoran.
Right.
That's where Arthur C. Clarke went a different way, because
Right.
It's like in his book, it's like this shark creature got hold of some dead carcass or something from a human and immediately died.
Right. Well, it's kind of interesting because, like, if you look at, I'm not an expert on this stuff, but I was talking to someone who was an evolutionary biologist, and they were saying, well, actually, if something evolved in a completely alien environment, like say something, even if it was an identical environment to Earth, but on the other side of the galaxy, and they evolved independently, then they came to Earth, they couldn't survive on food on Earth because different, DNA and everything, it would be evolved separately. It wouldn't be compatible.
It's the bacteria in your gut that's adapted.
Well, it's not even just that. Everything is different. And so, so in order for us to be able to consume vegetables and meat, it has to be of the same basic structure as us. The DNA and RNA and that kind of stuff has to be compatible with our DNA and RNA, or else we can't consume it. And so we can't go to another planet that has aliens, that has, like, we'll just call it, X DNA, and eat that food. It would kill us. It would be like, it would just be completely poisonous to us. So
I think you're kind of right and kind of wrong. I don't think it has to do with DNA. I think it has to do with the bacteria in our stomach. Won't be able to process that food, and it'll get stuck on our colon, which we get sick and infected, and we can die that way.
A lesser example, if you've seen The Expanse, if when the Martians go to Earth to go to their embassy on Earth, because they grew up on Mars, how the difference in gravity affects them badly, even though technically they're the same species. The same for the Belters; they're so adapted to low gravity because of power restrictions and air restrictions. They can't tolerate the gravity or the air pressure anymore.
Right, but they could still eat the same things because they evolved. If they started their evolutionary cycle on this, from Earth, they all came.
So realistically, there would even be planets where, it would have breathable air and potentially even edible food, but just because the gravity's higher, you would find the conditions utterly intolerable simply because.
Well, sure, but like Superman. The funny thing about, like, when you talk about Superman may well have super strength on Earth. Actually, all of his powers would probably be completely explainable except for flight. But he would starve to death as a child. He wouldn't be able to eat the food. He would die as an infant. Kind of
so Larry Niven wrote a short story. It's pretty funny. It's called Man of Steel, Woman of Kleenex. And he talks about how Superman would not be attracted to Lois Lane because she'd smell like a perfumed ape, not a human, not a woman. And how if they ever did do the deed, he'd blow her head off. And other funny things like that. So it's pretty good. It's a pretty funny short story.
Well, and if Lois Lane never got pregnant.
Yeah.
Yeah, the baby can't get ouch. Hello.
Yeah, one kick and she's torn in half.
That's why they went to Argus.
Yeah. And Ian, yeah, we're just talking about random topics, whatever, you know.
What about
You guys are way too into Superman and his sex life. I think they brought this up in Mallrats. I think
Did they?
yeah,
I've never
I
seen
think a certain
Mallrats.
comic book legend was. You know the scene I'm talking about. He's like,
yeah, does the thing? What is everything? The thing made of a rock? Yeah, I know. Jason Mewes, yeah.
yeah. He basically goes up to his friend and says like, he was like, your friend's really disturbing. You know that, right?
Paul Rudd.
Well, I mean, realistically, you know, Superman would have to have a superhuman partner. Just realistically. And even then, yeah, he would not want to impregnate her. That would be horribly dangerous.
Well, in the comics,
But
they went to Argus
realistically-
and conceived the baby, well, twins, and they gave birth on Argus, which is powered by a red sun, which made Clark humanoid.
And if you ever watch Supergirl for a few seasons, you begin to realize there's enough Kryptonians left to actually start a colony somewhere else.
Yeah.
And Superman could have a partner of Kryptonian origin. There's so many episodes where a Kryptonian shows up here, a Kryptonian shows up there, then it's like half a dozen. It's like, really? Why didn't you just all get together and just go find another planet? You could all fly there.
They've done that in Adventures of Lois and Clark. Justine Bateman was his betrothed.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, did you know that the Breen
Gotta go, guys.
basically,
All right, have a good one.
Dude.
Bye.
or the Breen design is basically an homage to, Princess Leia in.
It's more than it looks like a straight up ripoff to me.
Well,
Yeah.
it's an homage. The Robert Blackman, who's the designer of Deep Space Nine, said that it is based directly on the helmet of that Leia wore as Bausch in Return of the Jedi for the Breen design. So he said it is an homage to that.
I was wondering if it was intentional because it looks an awful lot like it. I mean,
Yeah, it's. I mean, there's only really one difference. That's mainly the color and the face part, I guess, by her face. Those are mainly the two. The helmet looks slightly different. Obviously, but yeah, it's very much inspired. They're both.
right. The shape is
The Breen
is
design.
definitely there. Yeah.
Yeah, the Breen design is definitely meant as an homage to Bausch from Return of the Jedi. And yeah, I thought that was interesting that, in a way that that Star Trek had to borrow in a way from Star Wars.
That's actually pretty
one.
cool. I didn't know that. I like that.
Well,
It's,
and I don't mind that as long as it's But although they should have, I don't know. It just seems like if they're gonna do it, they should have made it. I don't know. It seems like it was a little. I don't know what my problem is. I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. It was so similar, and yet they never say anything to kind of acknowledge it.
well, yeah, not in obviously not in the show.
Right.
They're not. They would never admit that in the show. But
And so it's like, and I don't know how you could acknowledge it in the show and not have it incredibly cheesy. And
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry guys, I'm gonna take off myself because I'm gonna start cooking dinner.
okay.
I'm making chicken, some bacon wrapped chicken tonight. So
yeah, but yeah, it's pretty interesting how some aliens look similar
thanks for having me. See you later, guys.
All right, have a good one.
Bye.
in other franchises that are,
All All right, so while Professor Brainy Specs is
Because doesn't,
putting a bunch of, I don't know what those faces are exactly.
Doesn't Ambassador Kosh from Babylon 5 almost look like a Breen too in a way?
Kosh, I think, has a much. I mean, I think his armor looks a little more unique.
Well, I meant for just the face part of it, not the whole design, you know? I know it only has like one specific little circle there by his face and stuff like that, but
Yeah, it's like his mouth hole because you see it change size and things when he's talking, if I remember correctly. But I don't remember there being a snout.
yeah, I mean it's more similar, obviously, between the Breen and Leia's disguise as Bao.
Yeah, looking at Kosh, I mean, yeah, because his is like shaped more like a xenomorph from Alien than shaped like. I mean, honestly, yeah, I don't see it.
Okay. Well, I meant just mainly, I guess, the green part. I guess more than anything.
But as far as the Breen, I mean, yeah, it's unmistakable.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why everybody's throwing all the weird emojis in the chat now, confusing the heck out of me, but then I'm easily confused. Thank you, everybody, for confusing me.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, it's not, as much of a, well, whether you want to call it a ripoff or homage for the Breen.
Well, an homage versus a ripoff, really, I think, is... I think the difference is basically whether it's kind of subtle, because I think an homage is generally done in love. A ripoff is done just to take advantage of, Like, you might say, wow, I love what they did with that. I'm going to do this out of respect, or like, even like just for Star Wars, like they could be saying, I love the way that the universe that Lucas has created. I want to throw something in our universe to remind people of that universe, and that can be an homage to that universe. And I could see the Breen being something like that. But as opposed to, trying to just say that, yeah, we, that's all us. A ripoff being, I created this and this is our original, creation.
Yeah, Darren just put up a video about whether Independence Day was a ripoff of War of the Worlds, specifically George Powell's 50 War of the Worlds. He had some pretty good points on that. So.
Darren Wagner?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, Independence Day, I mean, when I think of Independence Day and War of the Worlds, I mean, aside from the fact that they're both alien invasion films, and, it's not like the aliens got sick at the end and just died. Granted, I know that they use the analogy of a computer virus to defeat them, but I don't think.
It's different.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. Yeah, but I wouldn't say that that's like the same thing as them getting sick.
So basically, we can defeat aliens with COVID-19.
Yeah.
With the virus itself, the virus made them vulnerable to attack. It was getting a nuke inside the ship that defeated them.
Right. So yeah, I don't see. I don't know what Darren's conclusion was, but I personally don't see them as.
So do aliens require the virus to visit us? That's the main question.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I'm not sure how I beamed into this. Wait, hold on. I just need to do a few things from what I have to do.
Okay, you need to
It seems like
pick a franchise, Ian.
I don't know. I'm picking between Star Trek and Mafia movies from Martin Scorsese, but it seems like I'm on Salty Trekkers, the new name.
You trying to be the Godfather in space?
Hey,
I'm gonna make them all think I
My
refuse.
back is beginning to hurt in this hard chair, so I'll hang on in the background.
Can you guys hear me? I'm out in the middle of nowhere with low reception, but I'm trying to be on the show.
Yeah, you're a little fuzzy, but I can hear you, Jordan.
Alrighty. Yeah, fish ain't biting, so I just had to join the panel. You damn Krogan fish.
Krogan? I don't know Krogans
Yeah,
here.
they're Krogan fish. They're stealing the bait, but not giving me anything in return.
Oh, okay. You're saying the fish where you're at are Krogans. Gotcha.
Yeah.
And I see Thomas is in the chat. Good to see you, Thomas. Hope you're doing well on your adventures all around the country. So what's up with the Indiana Jones hat, Yankee shirt, communicator, and all that?
I'm a truck driver, and we go crazy after about a few trillion miles, so we have to keep our sanity one way. So it belongs in the museum. The Yankees win! And also, I'm not sure, but it seems like this is Salty Trekkers stream, and it seems like it's a good stream. So we're going to have to make sure that actually everything's all straight. So you know what? So no copyright.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Ian's just lost it. That's.
Oh no, trust me. I'm so I being serious for a second. Salty now, and a lot of you have actually been really cool about the fact that I've been watching everybody on the road, and I actually have small chances to actually sit down and actually talk to people. So thank you. So thank you for actually letting me jump off for a little bit.
No. So it's all good.
I tip my hat to you, sir. And there's on the phone, it's York, but there's old York in New York, and there's old Jersey in New Jersey. But you know what? I don't know why a Brooklyn man is doing a British voice.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure that out myself. It still sounds better than Ozzy O'Prey, so there's that.
Well, I'm also slightly crazy, so it also, I lost my mind driving back and forth between here, Canada, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania.
Well, there you go.
Oh, you were in New Jersey. That explains it.
Sorry?
You were in New Jersey. That explains it.
Yeah. So you were at Bird of Prey 5's house.
No, I honestly, he might pull a phaser out on me and shoot me and vaporize my ass if I didn't come out unannounced. Ooh.
And Professor Brainy, that's cool. Professor Brainy Specs is going to a Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home 35th anniversary theater showing next week. That sounds like fun. Man, I can't believe it's been. You know what? Maybe we should watch that for movie night next week. What is the official 35th anniversary of Star Trek IV? It is kind of a cheesy movie. It'd be a good one for movie night. I'm sure Matthew's seen it. I wouldn't be surprised if Matthew has actually not seen it. That would be funny if he's never even seen it. Let's see. Let's take a look. Star Trek IV release
November
date.
26, 1986.
Oh, wow, that was quick.
Yeah, November 26, 1986.
So I was born in 82, so that's like, oh god, I was 4 years old at the time.
So that's actually in 2 weeks. Is the actual anniversary.
Hey, I'll be right back.
All right.
2 weeks? I said November, not August.
Oh, yeah. So why is?
Not August.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm losing my
yeah,
mind.
they're coming out with it a little early, but whatever.
Yeah, so it's like a month early, or no, wow, couple months early. Man, I'm losing it. That is on a Friday, so well, maybe we'll maybe in November we'll do it. So
yeah, November 26th.
Losing my mind. Wow, so they're doing a 35th anniversary theater showing a couple months before the 35th anniversary, I guess.
Yeah, so it gets started early, since you know.
Robert says you should check out video John Stoss uploaded today on YouTube. He did an interview with William Shatner. Oh, very cool.
Nice.
That is awesome. 3.5 months. Yeah. So they're doing a 35th anniversary theater showing next week, 3.5 months early. That's just weird.
You know how long it'll be in theater?
Oh, the showing is on November 26th. So why you what? Wait, but you said. Wait, just bought my tickets for Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home 35th Anniversary Theater showing next week. And then
you're doing it early. That's all.
But then you said Bird of Prey 5 is showing it on November 26th. Oh, okay. So Bird of Prey 5 is showing it on the correct date, but you're going to see it next week. Confusing the heck out of me, Professor Brainy Specs. One chat at a time.
Yeah, the one that now Star Trek V was June 9th, 1989, so it's already past its 30-year mark. It'll be, I guess, 30.
Oh, darn, we missed it.
Yeah, we missed it. The 32nd anniversary of Star Trek V.
So do you guys subscribe to the, what is it, the Doomcock fever dream theory, or do you have a better canonical explanation for Star Trek V?
I'm not up to that, so I'm going to be a layman here, and I can maybe come into this as a layman. So go for it.
You don't know the Doomcock dream theory?
Wasn't it about?
No, sir.
Basically, okay, you know the
row your boat.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. The whole the movie is bookend with the campfire, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So what happens is basically they get some tainted marshmallows from Spock, and so they go to sleep, and then everything you see from that point to the final campfire scene is just a fever dream of Captain Kirk. So the whole adventure with going to the center of the galaxy and meeting God and all that is just a crazed dream of Captain Kirk's.
Oh, I just thought the Rays ran out of cocaine.
Okay, I can see it two ways. Okay, I can see it, yes, that it could be an issue because it could be a possibility of everything. But then this is Star Trek V.
Right, because the problem, there's a couple of problems with it canonically.
Okay, so go ahead, because you and I might actually see it, so go.
Right, well, one, the entire universe seems to revolve around Captain Kirk.
Right.
And so everybody basically, Captain Kirk suddenly becomes the center of the universe. He's the only person immune to Cybok's powers. Cybok is never mentioned before or since.
Right.
And the Enterprise goes to the center of the galaxy like in hours, even though the center of the galaxy should take several years to get there. Based on Voyager, it should take quite a while to get to the center of the galaxy.
Right.
And also, even if they could get to the center of the galaxy, we learn in the animated series that rather than God, they would actually meet Satan in the center of the galaxy.
Right.
And so basically nothing lines up canonically with that movie.
It was Satan disguised as God, though. You can explain that.
I don't want to smoke on your channel, so I'm going to take a smoke while I hear everybody's thoughts on this, and then I'll come back after I finish my smoke and actually give my mind, if that's cool.
Oh, don't worry, I'm not offended. As long as you're not smoking anything illegal, I don't care.
No, sir, it's a cigar. But again, I'm a visitor, so
Well, as long as you're not blowing it in my face, and I don't think you're going to blow it all the way to Tennessee, so it's not going to bother me.
Oh, well, I do. If you indulge me at the end of this, I do have something to say to all of you, and to you especially, sir.
Okay.
But I want to hear everybody's thoughts on it, and then I can actually go from there, and then you can correct me or float me on there.
Sure.
Because I'm running through it in my head right now. Now, for folks that don't know who I am, I'm Mr. Shrekker, because I knew him as Auntie. Now I'm getting to know him as Salty, so I'll say Mr. or at least my lord. We went through we go through philosophical issues, so I'm going to go through the philosophy of what has just been said. So I want to hear everybody's views. I'm going to try to watch the chat because I have my phone up also, but then we'll go from there because I have an idea of what you're saying. So go.
All right, so Positive Candor, what are your thoughts? You think it's a fever dream?
They could correct it by putting Cybok into Discovery. That would definitely help out.
Yeah.
That would make it, half brother and half sister together working towards destroying the universe even more thoroughly.
But so far, at least, there's been no reference to Cybok outside of Star Trek V.
I think they just want to forget it, pretty much.
Right.
Pretend like it's not there. And like you said, you could explain it away with the dream sequence, just like they did for a whole season of Dallas, basically. Just wake up in the shower and greet your lovely wife and say, "Hey, was I dreaming? Yes, you were. Okay, thanks." I mean, I don't mind it being a dream. Yeah, because they go in the campfire scene, they fall asleep, right? They do fall asleep, right?
Yes.
I believe they do, yeah.
So yeah, you could say that whole sequence after they fall asleep is basically them dreaming the movie. And then they wake up and finish out "Row, row, row your boat," and in the lyrics of "Row, row, row your boat," it says "Life is but a dream." Right. So there you go. The whole movie was but a dream, right?
Anybody else before I go on?
Jordan, you got any thoughts on it?
Well, it could have been with McCoy was so mad at Kirk there for falling off the ledge there. He could have put some psychedelic mushrooms in the beans there. Then they just had a real bad trip there going to the center of the universe.
Well, I certainly wouldn't put it past McCoy to put some kind of hallucinogenic in the beans. That's definitely something. I mean, McCoy is definitely the kind of guy that wouldn't. I wouldn't put it past him. He seems like the kind that McCoy would definitely advocate for recreational use of drugs.
So, from what you all said, I'm going to go from here and hear me out. I'm going through a string of thoughts. So interrupt me if you have to, and I can go for Tracker. Sir, Mr. Crawford, know you can interrupt me anytime, question me, what have you. It's for the folks at home. We've spoken before. He knows he can do this, so it's cool. It's not a problem.
Don't worry, it's my stream. I'll yell at you if I want to.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I wanted to make sure that, yeah. So, okay, so we'll go from the beginning of Star Trek V. So it's the marsh, it's the beans, where McCoy's like, this came from generations of this and the third. And then Spock had the marshmallows. So if we want to talk about a fever dream, let's start from there. It's from the food that was taken in from Kirk. It's either from a drunken dream because there was whiskey poured into the beans, first and foremost. But the marshmallows, quote unquote, were supposed to be marshmallows, which either Spock, in this case, if this is the case, he either misspoke or he properly spoke of what they are, trying to correct or trying to fix the marshmallows to be better tasting, and he may have kind of screwed up, which caused the fever dream of Kirk to actually go of all Star Trek 5. So let's go from there. So that's 1 and 2. So we'll do that. So folks, keep that in mind. The beans and the marshmallows. So they go to sleep, quote unquote, because again, it's from the beginning of and the end where the nighttime is the rotary boat. They do the rotary boat. They all pass out. This is in the third. So, first question, Kirk. If this is Kirk's fever dream or drunk dream or hallucinating dream, how does he feel about his own crew? Because obviously the next scene was Chekhov and Sulu trying to find Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, and they really screwed up. And Uhura had to be like, well, it's 75 and sunny. And Chekhov was like, it's really cold in this, that, and the third. So obviously, if that's the case, it's a fever dream or a drunken dream. Kirk sees Sulu and Chekhov as basically I don't want to swear on your channel. So DAs, if anybody gets what I'm saying. And Uhura is actually someone that corrects every situation. So let's go from there. If it's a fever dream, so they're going from there. Kirk is seeing Scotty when they actually jump on the Enterprise A, as it were, seeing that he is actually trying to fix up this new Enterprise. So we saw it from Star Trek 3 that they got the Enterprise. So if this is a fever dream, he is seeing Scotty in his pure form as being someone that's an eccentric engineer that sees the ship as something that is actually like his, not just his kid, his wife, what have you, but something that is actually his own. Even in the lore, if I'm correct, in the original series, it was the K7 incident. I can't remember names right now. I'm off duty. First and foremost, folks, you know I'm a trucker. I'm off duty. I'm having my little fun here, so I'm losing little names here. But in K7, when the big fight happened, he was punished. Scotty was punished, sent to his room, and he was delighted in the fact because he was able to look into his engineering files. Scotty has always been notoriously known to actually cater and actually fancy engineering schematics towards women, society, friendships, what have you. Even with the episode in the original series where he had what's her name? Is it Moira? That woman in that one episode, it was a one-off. But generally, we see Scotty as someone that is actually more in love with the engineering. Even in the alternate series with the J.J. Abrams series, that you see that Simon Pegg Scotty was just like the ample nacelles. So the Scotty character, even in both universes, however you want to put it, is seen as someone that is more enthralled and more enamored to the ship than any human contact. So if this is what's happening, if this is a Kirk fever dream, then Kirk is seeing the, maybe not the basis of every character, every person under his command, but it's reflecting what we see as fans also. Or as a communicator straightens everything out, obviously Kirk sees Chekhov and Sulu as we saw them as lower players, but obviously as they went on to Star Trek, this is 4, so in 5 and 6, bigger players. Chekhov was a bigger person. In the fan films, he was a security. He actually gained promotion. In the movies,
well, fan films don't matter. They're not canon.
Depending on the person. I understand. I totally understand what you're saying, but there are some people, there's some fans of us that actually would actually see the fan film.
I understand. I understand they can be enjoyable, but they're not official canon, so you can't use those as a basis for whether or not something is true or not in universe. So,
okay, I'll stop for a second. Why not? Because that could help.
Because in Star Trek 6, nothing that happened, like for example, if you're looking at what happened between Star Trek 4 and Star Trek 6, nothing that happens in a fan film has any bearing on that. Walter Koenig can do whatever he wants with fans, but and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that the fan films are all bad, but they have no bearing on the in-universe reality of Chekhov's career as far as the writers of Star Trek 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. And
Okay.
so I understand you love them and don't and you can get joy out of them, but just to be fair, don't try to use that as a basis for why you might argue that something is true or not, because it's not fair to the franchise.
Then let's take out the fan films. Let's be straight with the 79 plus a 6 and even next gen, if it actually, because it's next gen does tie into it in certain ways. Season 1 had the virus, where it was mutated from McCoy's shush. Sorry. So let's take out all the fan films right now. From that basis, the Kirk fever dream would show that he's seeing all the characters as he is, and we may kind of see them, but we may see better of this and third. That Uhura is basically the voice of reason in a way, the corrector in his voice away, even though she's in communications and just like, and if he's open, he may see her as someone that's a corrector or a balance of reason. Chekhov and Sulu are people that are low in rank, so he doesn't really care for them as much. But when it comes to Scotty, he sees him as a mad engineer. And then let's talk about McCoy and Spock. Obviously, it's always been the big three. It's always been the big three, one way or another. So, when he sees the big three, and they're predominant in the film, especially when it was this is Star Trek 5. When he's climbing El Capitan, the first scene that we saw was Spock actually with the boots. So if he's going to the fever dream and he's actually fighting this whole thing where Sarek, what's his name? Spock's brother?
Sybok.
Sybok, thank you. I'm sorry. It's my day off.
That's all right. That's all right.
If Sybok is invading his dreams in some way, he's going to look to Spock and McCoy in one way. So the last memory that he had in El Capitan would be Spock in the boots. And obviously McCoy is snarky and remarks this and the third. So it does make sense that there could be a fever dream with Star Trek 5. Also, the last thing, now it's going to be a real world thing, but also it could tie into the fake world thing. Follow me on this and debate me if I'm wrong. I'm open to it. I'm totally open to it, folks. Okay, real world. In Star Trek 5, the planet that was shown on the view screen was actually a human female embryo, but tinted blue. So it wasn't tinted red as the color was. So if this is a fever dream of Kirk or a drunk dream or some type of what have you, or even if, let's say that Spock screwed up in the metabolism of the marshmallows, because he didn't say marshmallows, he said marshmallows. So did he create something that was an offshoot of marshmallows? Keep that in mind too. Is he seeing with the embryo that's on the full screen that's supposed to be a planet, his past with Carol Marcus and David? Because again, with Star Trek 3, he lost David. So he was already distraught with that. And you even seen in Star Trek 6 that he was so mad about the fact that the Klingons killed his son. Now we're talking just within the movie and TV canon, because you can talk about comics and what have you. There's more to it, and I do more to it, so I'm trying to keep it here. If Kirk was mad about or distraught about the fact that he lost his son, could that fever dream say with the embryo showing that in a way that's his son in the screen and he's trying to seek him and then accidentally finds God, quote unquote? Because Kirk has always said that he dodged death and patted himself on the back for it. But he always had his friends until Star Trek Generations, until he died in the bridge with Picard, and he was like, "Oh my!" So I'm gonna shut up now. I want to hear your thoughts on my little rant. But
well, first let me hand it over to Chief Cook. He hasn't said anything yet. So Chief Cook, do you have any thoughts on whether Star Trek V is a dream or is it real events in the Star Trek universe?
Besides being a bad movie, no. I think Shatner, whoever wrote this, was trying to make a movie about trying to reach the Great Barrier.
Well, I know Shatner was trying to make a movie about real events in this Trek universe. Yeah. I'm not saying that was what their intent, but I'm saying canonically, should we treat it as if it's real history in the Trek universe or just like a dream in Captain Kirk's mind?
Oh God! Only way I can see is it just. I was gonna say wrong place, wrong time.
Still waiting for LDG to have the nerve to join the panel, but I think he's afraid.
I was gonna say it was wrong place, wrong time, but it was just a basic movie. The old crew, trying to do one more run for the retirement,
right?
Which is understandable. And Kirk is in a position that he lost everything. Right. I can remember that part. Lost his kid. I guess lost his girl as well. He's winding down. Got a new ship. Well, some kind of new ship is breaking down every 5 seconds. And here he is now thinking, what's next?
Right.
And all of a sudden, he's drawn into this position where he think he's saving this one final mission that it's supposed to be a cakewalk. Go in, raise some hostages, and come back home, walk back home, and that's it. And go camping.
And Jordan, I know you. I'll just say, Jordan, I know you want to be on the panel, but I think you're. I don't know if it's your internet connection or whatever, but you just keep dropping off, buddy. So I would say just relax. Go ahead, Chief.
And now all of a sudden realize his rescue mission that found out that Spock has a brother, which none of us didn't know, or half brother, who has got this. I agree with some of Tuvok got this. I know Woker's got that mental thing. They can trick people's mind. So I might agree with some of that right there. And plus he's thinking, this is Shakari, God, maybe some like I remember that scene where Spock and motion picture, he looks up in the sky, and I know the Vulcans get that thing where they sense things right quick, so I'm thinking that as well. That's how you get the Shakari thing. I think like that. Somebody just plugging his mind like that. But the bottom line, I just can't. That scene where he's talking about. I thought just the scene was just they're like at the moon and just having a glance of the starship. But I think it was just a series. Well, I think Strackman was trying to make a series that everybody focus on. They pass or they pain. All thing they get pain off the years, and since he's on the one, then want to rid that pain. In the series, it's just basically how you put it, a scene where Castle Choice could help, but I think it's just a basic, looking at the past and the future. Look where he's going now.
If I may,
if I can, basically.
No, sorry.
But all thing, it was a good idea. I did like the part. He was trying to think of this. Senator Galaxy was great. That was great, which is basically what Star Trek was always talking about. Look, going to Senator Galaxy. I thought that was a great idea. That's Star Trek. That's one reason that they always say seek out new light, student civilization, and boldly go where no one's going, and he go on the path to great birth, thinking, you know, the Senator Galaxy is out there. Senator Galaxy out there. I always believe the Senator. I think we are the Senator Galaxy, and we move outward. So that right there, it did work. It's just the other stuff is far apart. I do hate the part that I'll make it real quick. I do hate the part that Cyborg was his brother. He could just say he was just renegade Vulcan in his car that day, but it didn't make no sense to add that because we all scratch our head now.
Mm.
Now we got sister. Now we don't have. Oh, we have a sister. Now we got brother. We didn't know her. But that's the only thing I hate about was it 5? Yeah, 5. As the other you were talking about Chekhov and Sulu, the only two last characters we never hear anything, especially in Next Generation, was Chekhov and Uhura. We heard about Spock. We heard about Chekhov. I mean, we heard about Spock and McCoy and Sulu and Scotty and see what happened. No, see how they like possession after the retirement. We didn't hear anything about. Unfortunately, we didn't hear anything about Chekhov and Sulu. I mean, Chekhov and Uhura. That's the only thing I hate about TNG. At least someone could say something about the last two. And that's the only thing I wish. I know Gene. When he created TNG, he told me he wanted anything to do with the original crew, which is a damn shame. But it should get credit for that. Every single last one of them. Go ahead.
Now, Lisa brings up that thinks that a better version of the theory is that that Star Trek V is where Kirk's mind goes when he wants an adventure while in the Nexus. Now, I disagree with that only because we see where Kirk's mind goes in the Nexus, which is to be with Antonia, which I don't particularly care for that. I think that should have been Carol Marcus. Why they came up with Antonia, I don't know.
About that.
Yeah, that to me was sloppy writing in and of itself. I mean, because
you sir, go ahead. I'll go ahead after you.
Okay, what about that other lady who was in the Wales? The Wales. What's her name?
Jillian.
Oh, Jillian. Yeah, I could. Well, the thing about Carol Marcus is that there's only a couple of women that I think really, really affected Kirk. Carol Marcus is one. Although Carol, the interesting thing about her is that we know that she's the only one we know that Kirk actually had a child with. Mm-hmm. We know that they had some kind of relationship, but when they had a child, that Kirk agreed with her that he would keep his distance because she didn't want him involved in Starfleet. Now, he also was, there was Edith Keeler, of course. I could see her being there. And there was Miramani, who he is actually married to. Right. But Carol was the one that we know for sure that he actually had a child with. Miramani was pregnant, but he didn't.
Didn't the Native Americans leave the planet in the 23rd century or something like that?
Well, there was a Native American colony, but that was in TNG, not in the original series, other than the one that the Preservers created. Right. And Donnie's taking off. Have a good one, buddy.
I wonder how long-lived the Preservers really were.
Yeah.
Sir.
Did Chakotay's tribe colonize the planet?
Say again?
Didn't Chakotay's tribe colonize the planet? Rubber people?
I think it was a different planet that was colonized. What are you talking about? I could probably answer this, but I need to hear your explanation.
Well, I thought Chakotay was talking about how his tribe left Earth at one time there, and I know they did find a symbol there in the Delta Quadrant that people used.
Well, Chakotay also though grew up in the 24th century, and so for him to if his family may or may not have colonized other planets, that wouldn't have been all that extraordinary.
Yeah, because I thought he was in wherever the Maquis territory was.
Right. He was in the Badlands at the beginning of Voyager.
Right.
But as far as Miramani's people were put there by the preservers, and they had no idea that they were transplanted there. They as far as they were concerned, that's just where the planet that they had always been on. But I'm just saying, as far as in the Nexus, I think what Kirk truly craved, as far as what Kirk saw as paradise, was peace, and where Kirk saw peace was total, because it was total tranquility, and basically, there was no enemy out there, there was no war to fight, and. Yeah, and so, but the only way that can be is if there is no enemy to fight. Kirk is a natural warrior, to be sure, but what any true warrior wants is peace above all else. And so for his ultimate dream would be to have that cabin in the woods with no stresses in the world, and that beautiful woman to make breakfast for, and not to have to worry about going to battle that day. And the problem I had with it was just that the woman was Antonia. Where did she come from? Why is it not Carol Marcus or Edith Keeler or Miramani or something? Why did they have to make up a new woman for that?
Two things. Sorry, go ahead.
I can give you one reason why it's not Carol Marcus, because he had to go and tell her that his son died, and she's going to blame him for it.
Then why not Edith Keeler? Bring her back from the dead.
It's one of those things that maybe a couple things. First and foremost, Edith Keeler. So obviously, it may be one of those things that Kirk had set maybe even at that point of primitive times, quote unquote, of crossing timelines, going through back and forth through time, that he had an idea or some type of thought that constantly rebuilding the timeline or going back into the timeline could be detrimental before even the time I can't think of the name, the temporal, the Starfleet's temporal
prime directive.
Exactly.
The temporal accords forbid any kind of time travel in the 31st century.
Yeah.
But you gotta remember, temporal accords didn't really come into Kirk's, Picard's, or even Janeway's timeline. It was later. If you because I can't go into it because it's really not canon in the Star Trek. I'll explain it this way, but if it does come in canon eventually, then it will be so. But in Star Trek Online, because I do have an account for that, the temporal accords come into the 31st century. So all the back and forth, even in that Voyager episode where Voyager went to LA, in the first or second season, the temporal accords and the temporal timeline came into play in the 31st century. Plus, you have Enterprise when Daniels came through, 31st century. So the temporal accords and everything in the temporal timeline or the temporal prime directive came from that era.
Wait a minute. I'm getting confused. Okay, I remember an episode of Deep Space Nine with Tribbles, and it was talking to Cisco was talking to two officers. Two investigators. I thought that was temporal accord. I thought that was them.
Compare them to the OSS of World War II to the CIA of now.
Okay.
That's the best comparison you can say. So the OSS of Starfleet started out, but eventually they turned into the CIA of Starfleet in the future.
Cause I remember the episode he was talking about time Chip through something on. He said, "Well, Kirk era." Then he said, "I'm in time. We had to go back and clean up Kirk mess." So I thought they was doing it hotly during that time. So you saying it's before all this, correct? What are you saying?
Yes, exactly. So they were at that time point. They were starting out. They had the name temporal
core.
Yes, so they had temporal core, but eventually became the
temporal.
Eventually down the 31st century, which came with Daniels and this and third, and they came back. So there always has to be a beginning. So, like I said, an OSS has to become an MI6 or a CIA.
Okay.
So in that era, when it came to Cisco, they were the OSS. So they had a lot of knowledge, they had the tools, but it didn't come together until we saw Enterprise, when we saw Daniels come back. And it was just like, it was more established.
Okay, all right. Okay. Like I said, I was trying to remember. I thought they were like Starfleet Intelligence. That was my thinking it was, and it just filling out a report of what they did. They went back in time, and they had time. This what happened like that. I thought that was that, but
they could have been Starfleet Intel. At that time too. It's when you're. I really hate. I'm sorry. When you're building the CIA, as it were,
yeah,
you need a combination of departments. So the OSS would be those people. Would be those people also to build into something that's more centralized. So it makes sense that what happened at that episode with Trials and Tribulations, that episode, there would be the beginnings of Temporal Starfleet and building the Temporal Prime Directive. And that's when we see us eventually with Voyager, when they were talking about that Janeway was a violator multiple times. So obviously by the time that Voyager came up, they were already established.
Yeah, okay.
But they had to come from somewhere. So they had to probably, in my view, and I could be wrong, and I would be glad to be wrong or right either way. Please correct me if I'm wrong. If they were built to fight, well, not fight, but keep check on Janeway, it had to, in my view, it had to start from Cisco, from Trials and Tribulations.
Okay.
But I could be way wrong about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I love about Trek, is the fact that we can all speculate about this, and it's just
they overplay.
Right. So, but back to the so as far as the so I think the Nexus, the Nexus idea, I think kind of falls a little flat just because of that. And I'm not trying to say, Lisa, that your idea is horrible. I just don't think it's as good as basically it being a dream. Because I think that and you have the basically the fact that the movie is made in between 4 and 6, and so why would we see Kirk in the Nexus and then do Star Trek 6 and then see Kirk in the Nexus again? It just kind of weird chronologically as far as release order and stuff. I mean, it's not impossible, but I can kind of, but I'm saying that I think that it also doesn't quite fit Kirk's fantasy, because this to me feels more like Kirk's subconscious than Kirk's fantasy, because I don't think Kirk's fantasy is to have everybody around him incompetent, and that's what we see. And I do think that is Kirk's subconscious belief. I do think that Kirk, and that's why I kind of like this idea that this is a Kirk dream, because I think that if we look at it, you realize that everybody falls prey to Cybok's spell except for Kirk. Kirk somehow just magically is able to resist it. Nobody else, including Spock, can resist it. And Everybody is perfectly willing to go along with Cybok's plans, but Kirk is the only person who sees through all of this. Kirk actually single-handedly outwits the God creature. Kirk is the only, Kirk is the only truly competent person in the universe in this in this adventure. And it's beyond even like Mary Sue levels of competence and incompetence from what we see here. And so I think that this is like Kirk's super ego looking around and basically seeing that I'm so good at everything that I have to make up for everybody else around me. And I think that that's what drives him. I don't think that he's evil, don't get me wrong. But I think that Kirk is always pushing himself to be better and better and better because he's always afraid someone's going to let him down.
If I may, and I'll shout for everybody else because I do have to step out for a second. Could you? Thank you, Trekker. Well, I don't know what to call you on your own channel, sir. I'm sorry.
Hey, you can call me Michael.
Okay, well, Michael, well, you are my elder, so I have to give respect. I'm 39, bro. It's just like you're my elder.
It's all right, we're not in a formal proceeding or anything, so yeah, it's all right.
Okay, then put it this way: I am the commander. You're the admiral. Okay. Anyways, before I lose the thought, okay, what if 4 through 6 is the culmination of generations? When he dies, when he's in the Nexus, when he goes through the Nexus and he comes out the quote unquote Nexus, he dies with Picard on the bridge. What if between that time that he dies, the time that he goes in the Nexus, and when we see him chopping wood, he's gone through so much. Everything that happened between 4 through 6 was something different. So what if 4 through 6 is the Nexus episodes instead of something that's real? So I'm going to step out for a second, and I'll be right back, and I'll hope to pick up on the conversation, but I want to leave you with that.
What?
If what you're saying is that he's in Nexus, then 4 through 6 is Nexus Kirk. 3 was the end of actual Kirk. 4 through 6 would have to be Nexus Kirk, and then 7 generations would be real Kirk. Actually came out in Nexus and died.
What I'm saying is, I say this real quick. I kind of disagree with you on Tracker. Kirk, only reason why he managed not to give in with what's the name, Tubok, Sabak, because one, he was already angry already, and he was angry. Like I said, he lost a child. He's older now. This mission supposed to be like I say, supposed to be a cakewalk. Get in, save some people, and come back home. This Tuvok was some kind of trying to reveal everybody's pain, right. And Kirk always said, "I need my pain because that's where he draw his strength." Remember, he lost everything. Only thing he got left is the uniform. One thing you always say about Star Trek, and Picard is one of those people. He gave all his entire life. So I mean, how many years been in service? What, 34 years, 35 years of service, and where he came, an empty house, no kids, no nothing. And I think that's all that building up now. Now I think 69 when you put your 60, maybe around 60 something. And I think he still has the anger in him, and all that, and that's why I think is now he's going around listen to this crazy Vulcan, think he found God and everything, and trying to tell trying to be like Counselor Troy, sit down, let's talk about this, and we can have a cappuccino or something like that. It's not him.
I understand what you're saying, but you have to realize that you're acting like Kirk is somehow the only person who's been through a lot of stuff. I mean, look at if you look at when the find your, or let me pull your pain out scenes that they show with Cybok, honestly, the most compelling of them all was McCoy. When they showed the fact that McCoy watched his father die and actually killed his father just before they found a cure to what he had, right? And then and so imagine that kind of trauma. I mean, yeah, Kirk lost his son, at the hands of a Klingon. McCoy killed his old man, right? And then they found a cure. And so which is way worse. I'm sorry, that is way worse.
Yeah,
So,
but like I said, what did Kirk lost? No, okay. Let's look back when he did 5-year mission, came home, got promoted, came the CNC or Chairman John Chief, whatever it is they call it. He didn't get married.
Have a good one, Bob Mike. Sorry, Bob Mike's taking off. Just want to say have a good one.
Okay. He didn't get married to Carol, but he did have kids.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, so he realized he's getting old now. So you think of like McCoy said, you start get back. You been sitting in that chair way too long. Get back where you do like you love to do best. And as soon as he get back, what happened? You meet Khan. Spock died. He blew up his ship that he been on for what 5 years, 6 years, blew up ship. Came back, saved him again. Went back to the 20th century. Came back from the 23rd century. Supposed to retire, was going to retire. Gained gained another command again. Did another 5 more years. About to give it up again. Now forced to come back again to get some what call toolbox, sidebox, crap, stuff like that. After sidebox, all the stuff again. Think he's going to hang it up again. Now he called back to service to get peace between the Klingons and the and undiscovered country. And he looks them right straight now because he still got the angry that he lost, but he took everything from him. That's it. It is all pure angry.
But the thing is that, I mean, anybody's life, and cause, like Cinnabons even asked, what do I think Kirk's pain was? What is the funny thing about that? I mean, it's the Princess Bride. Life is pain. Anyone who tells you otherwise is selling you something. Right? That's the best line about pain in a major motion picture. Because I mean, there's as interesting as Star Trek V is, there's not like even if Cybok walked up, he's not going to find a single incident that is going to just take away all of your pain. It's not going to happen. You can't just magically take away your pain and because of one specific moment. So like if you were going to ask me what is the most painful moment in Kirk's life, I would probably say the death of Edith Keeler. That was
that's fine, but I think he had post-traumatic stress on post-traumatic stress. I'm getting tongue tied here, but still all these years being on that ship. All the years he come out. What did Carl always say? He came home to an empty house, and he did. Like I said, he always said, I was just like you. I did everything for God and country, and look what I came home to. Nothing.
But the thing is that was his. But he always. That was his choice. He knew that was his choice, and he. And even it's not like. When you see him in Generations, it's not like he had his head hung low about how, like when he saw Sulu's daughter, it's not like he said, oh man, that sucks. I wish I had a family. He was just like amazed that Sulu found the time. And
but also look at his reaction. He was in pain. You can tell, no.
He wasn't in pain about it. He just thought, wow, when did Sulu find the time to have a family?
His reaction is that, he got a family, he got a kid raised, he became a second ensign, and and I'm directing this should have been him. It should have been him. Go ahead.
And John, I was going to say, John was saying the death of David, and now David's death was definitely a gut punch for Kirk,
Can I
but
say something? I always thought there should have been a Sulu on the Enterprise D as a con officer.
I don't think we need. Well, honestly, I think that would have been a little contrived to have descendants of the original cast as officers on future ships. To be, look, I'm not saying, like, let's be real. Like, I mean, we've had in our lifetimes, we've had one case where we've had a president of the United States who was descended from another president of the United States, and everybody was freaking out about that.
Right? No, we had two.
No, I said in our lifetimes. Were you around with Roosevelt?
Oh no, it's because they're reincarnated.
Okay, well,
it would have been one of those things. Okay, let's just say we had a Sulu on Enterprise, on the original, the TOS Enterprise,
right?
And we continue to have the Enterprise B as we've seen in Generations. So it would be another Sulu on Enterprise D. It would be it would make sense in a way, for it would be almost like fan service in a way. But eventually, if we're looking at Star Trek as military service,
it would become the point of nepotism. We'd be like, wait a minute.
Exactly.
Your name is Sulu and you just automatically get the job.
Exactly the point. Now, I'm not a military person, but I can recognize that it would be someone like, oh, well, you're a Sulu. Beep, beep, you're on the Enterprise. Let's go.
No, but also you could be, I'm following my dad's footsteps. And like his daughter did, he followed footsteps and then came home. It would make perfect sense. But all thing was why he put in the same position he was. Don't make her. She could have been something else.
And Cinnabon, I told you to check your Skype, buddy.
It would have been have some character like kid or whatever do a different kind of position, like Peter Kirk. Okay, Peter Kirk, is Kirk's nephew, was scientist. You didn't follow
if you have, but you see, like if on the Enterprise D, like let's say, you have some junior engineer who is Peter Kirk's grandson or something, right? All right, so you have Joseph Kirk, and so oh hey, Ensign Kirk. Oh, Kirk, huh? He goes, any relation to? Oh, yeah, he was, my great uncle or something. And he goes, but I don't expect any special treatment. I go, well, you're not going to get any, and besides, you're an engineer, not And so but the last thing I would do is have a relative in the same line of work, and basically trying to basically just put familiar names in familiar positions.
It would also cause a problem with the ship morale, is the fact of, okay, so let's say that Ensign Kirk or Lieutenant Commander Kirk of Engineering Section is the descendant of not just Peter, somehow, because, okay, now I'm sorry, I'm going to have to blend into, with respect, I'm going to have to blend into the fan films, Peter was gay. Somehow he had a kid, but he's also the descendant of James T. If this new Kirk would actually be like, yeah, I'm a descendant of Kirk, they're going to look at him harder in certain ways. They're going to be like, you're not getting this the right way. You're not going to get this by your name. You're going to get this by earning it. And they're going to, in the middle, I'm not military myself, but I have family in the military, and I know from the stories I've heard, if they're relatives back and forth, they push them a little harder to make sure that they're earning their keep, and that and I could be wrong about that.
That's true. But then again, what's the greatest thing every kid always say I want to follow my dad's footsteps or my mom's footsteps. What to do. But I don't think they're gonna sit here because Starfleet is different, different than Kirk time and Picard time is totally different. So I don't think they will say, he the same kind of person. And so it's different now. Like I said, we got a ship counselor now. You think something wrong, they're gonna put you in front of counselor crap. So because you're gonna see that pressure bring you home, and first thing you do, go talk to Counselor Troy or something like that. So I don't think they're gonna sit here and look, you trying to be like your uncle or something like that. No, I think he said, yeah, I got the same last name, but I'm still a different person. I'm still my old man. And plus he's not doing the same. He's not in command division, anything like that. He might try something different. So that's one thing. Like I said, David didn't follow his dad, but he followed his mom's. So he didn't get no special treatment. So he put him on a small ship and like that. And plus he was not Starfleet anyway. So if Kirk did, raise him like that, I think he would probably guess. I think he probably put that pressure on him. But he better because remember Kirk became captain what 35? Wasn't and this time I'm gonna try to beat that right there. So you might I agree with it a little bit like that, but still different time, different position, different kind of position it's gonna be. Especially in if he came older past 35, like 45, I can see him being a good first officer, but not as I'm a captain now. The pressure will be too high.
Hey, I got a question here. Can people in Starfleet request certain positions or postings? Like you can request to be on the Enterprise, and if you're good enough, you can join. You can be on there.
Well, it depends on the era. It's also so if it was during the Dominion War, let's just say they would actually
have a crew equivalent to a LHD.
A what?
Sorry,
a crew equivalent to a landing helicopter destroyer.
No.
Amphibious assault ship.
No.
Well, from my understanding of Starfleet is basically you don't have necessarily the ability to actually request where you need to go. No, true. I think I may be going next gen, and I could be wrong with TOS. It's you don't necessarily. Because there was the episode where Wesley Crusher went to Starfleet Academy, and he even said in a line, I didn't really think that it would go back to the Enterprise. He thought that since he was on the Enterprise and became an ensign, from acting ensign to full ensign, and went to Starfleet Academy, that he actually come back with Picard.
Right.
And it was told him, it was just like, oh, I didn't even think about that he would actually come back to the Enterprise.
Well,
so even in TNG, there's a possibility with that service.
Well, the Enterprise was
exactly because Starfleet's not military service, more of a, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's more like a UN peacekeeping service.
Right.
Well,
right.
in the TNG prior to Deep Space Nine, prior to the Dominion War, in TNG you could kind of compare it to the UN peacekeepers, but basically once the Dominion War goes, it's straight up military.
Yeah, exactly.
But the Enterprise itself was considered a very prestigious post, and that's why, like, you had the whole thing with Sonia Gomez, how she worked her butt off just to get on the Enterprise. That was her whole goal. That was exactly what she wanted. And so it was, in fact, you could try to get to a specific ship, but it was like, if you want to be on the Enterprise, you better be top of your class.
Right.
Also, I remember one thing. Crusher did have two recommendations you can always go to: his mom and Captain Picard, because especially Captain Picard got to prove it. So of course he's gonna get the Enterprise.
Right.
It
definitely would help if you happen to have Captain Picard's blessing. So
it would have helped if I may, folks, it would have actually helped Starfleet. And if you really want to take it in because of the situations happening, because at the time, and please correct me if I'm wrong, folks, in TNG, it was just before, no, it was just, was it just after the Borg situation, but it was definitely between the Borg situation and the Dominion Wars. So it was season 1 or 2 where Q came in and shot Enterprise out. So obviously Crusher was with the crew, cut out the hole, brought out those people, killed those people, sent them back. This was maybe just before or just after Shelby, when Picard was abducted. So either one of
cutting out the hole, that was Q who?
Yes. So I was at that time between then and Dominion, or it was the time of Enterprise, the Enterprise D losing Picard, and because Crusher was an ensign and actually about to drive the ship into the thing, that Starfleet may have considered Wesley Crusher to actually send them back to the crew because he was such an integral part to Picard's crew.
The only person can request Crusher to come back is Picard, not Starfleet. Starfleet can say anything they want, but it still will come down to the CEO.
Right.
And even his mother cannot say, "Can I have my son come back?" So he still had to get approved by the captain.
Yeah, basically Beverly can simply request to Picard, who can turn around and request to Starfleet Command. Right. And then Starfleet Command ultimately sends people wherever the heck they want to send them.
Well, still has the last authority and say, I like these certain kind of people. And this person I want, I want this person. Remember that girl was
midlife crisis joins Starfleet.
Yeah.
I'm hearing some storm on my end. I'm sorry.
Jordan, I don't know if you got you got some weird noise coming through on your end. I don't know if you're trying to talk or if you're just in a very windy environment.
Oh, no. I'll mute it here. Oh,
yeah.
No.
Yeah, keep it
up here just a sec.
Yeah, keep it muted if you're not talking, because it's really noisy.
The hurricane is coming in 19 miles an hour. It's coming in the southwest North Carolina. We see a Brent Spiner in the middle of the eye of the storm. He's saying basically, I am. Wait, hold on. I'm hearing it right now. Right? Okay, he said, I am skilled in multiple techniques. So what does that mean? Skilled in destroying farmland? I don't understand. So we're gonna come back. So Sultrick, back to you. This is Ian Slayer News. Thank you very much. Back to you, sir.
Wow.
That was good.
I got you, boy. I got you. Former comedian, so I got you.
Yeah, but
is that better?
Just keep it muted when you're not talking is all I ask. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna Jaloja real quick. So
you want us to vamp?
Yeah, just try not to destroy my channel in the next couple of minutes, and still waiting for Cinnabon to check his Skype so that because Cinnabon has lots he wants to say, I know, but he just and LDG still too chicken to come join us because he's afraid, but hopefully we'll get him on here in a minute. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
All right.
Yo, so you don't want to see how fast you can get your band?
Yeah, okay. Please, yeah, that would just be wonderful. Thank you.
But
all right, so we're gonna put it this way: is basically, listen, we're gonna try to make sure that this, that, and third happens. I don't know why I'm talking his voice because I'm Brooklyn, New York, but I'm talking in Southern voice right now. But it is what it is. We're gonna make sure that this voice is actually funny. And we're going to do what we're going to do. So we're talking about Star Trek, folks. The stars and the stars. And they're best basically you need to be Picard, Enterprise, or even Archer. Because I'm a fan of Archer myself. I got my pants too. And I have faith of the heart.
We got faith of the heart. Go where the heart will take me. I got faith to believe.
Oh, I love that I'm in the middle.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about, folks? We
were talking about
Okay.
We were talking.
I got a question here. What One of my friends wants to give me a tattoo here. What kind of Star Trek tattoo should I get?
Say that one more time, please, slowly.
One of my friends wants to give me a tattoo. What kind of Star Trek tattoo should I get?
Hey guys, I found the equivalent of the original Enterprise would have been
Enterprise.
the
Okay.
TOS Enterprise crew equivalent would have been like the strike cruiser.
So is that Strike Cruiser like a alternate reality like Terran Empire, or is
No,
it
I'm
actually
talking
the
real
Roddenberry
life.
era?
No, I'm talking about real life. I'm doing a comparison of crew complements.
Really? What era? TOS, TNG, Voyager, DS9?
TOS.
Really? So is it the Dreadnought with the 3 nacelles? Or is it the
I'm doing the
Star Trek
Connie.
Online Ares style class?
TOS Connie equivalent in real life is.
Oh, you're talking about Navy and Navy. Okay, I can answer that question. Okay.
Okay.
A small cruiser. It's a cruiser, maybe like a frigate. Because
No, it would have been considered a light. Technically,
like
it would have been a light cruiser to a medium cruiser because of the size of the crew.
Yeah,
In reality, the USS Ticonderoga itself had a crew of 330 men, 30 officers, and 300 enlisted.
Oh, wait. What's the name of the ship again?
Ticonderoga.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, was taken as name for James Cawley's museum in Ticonderoga, New York, which I hope to actually plan on visiting before I leave New York. But yeah, the Ticonderoga actually does have a meaning within Star Trek lore. It's why he actually did the museum also being in Ticonderoga also. But go ahead.
I was just saying the crew size is almost equivalent to the Connie of Kirk's era in crew size.
Well,
do you have a picture, sir?
It says a cruiser. You're right about that, or something like that. And most ships like that, are
guided missile cruiser. It's USS Ticonderoga.
What's the registry number?
First registry number nowadays would be CZN 37, I believe, because she's no longer active with the Navy. She was transferred.
All right, I'm telling you right now. So USS Ticonderoga, what's the number?
You didn't break the channel?
One second.
Sorry?
Not yet.
CZ 73.
What are you guys talking about?
We're trying to break your channel, but it wouldn't work.
He's asking if the cannon, what kind of ship in the Navy is very similar to the Connie Enterprise or the original TOS. And we
crew complement size.
Yeah,
that would have been the Ticonderoga class guided missile cruiser.
Oh, she's beautiful. I'm looking at her right now. She's a beaut.
But
well, honestly, in the modern Navy, we don't really have an equivalent to it.
Well, we do have a heavy cruiser. We have a heavy cruiser, and both ships like they're like oh God, what's his name? Oh God.
Well, just say, I mean, you know this, Chief. I mean, ships of the line have changed so much.
Yep. I'm trying to remember the name. See, oh God, I can't remember his name. His name after Admiral. It was actually a real James T. Kirk. One of them. Oh God, it was oh God. Oh yeah, one cannon. Gosh damn, I can't believe I can remember that damn ship. But brand new in the service is it's kind of like a stealth cruiser. Albright. Who says? Oh man, God damn it.
Madeleine Albright.
No.
You come aboard the ship and they give you free abortions.
Oh no, not that Albright. It starts with an L. I'm trying to remember his name, but it's the name of an admiral.
Hey, check this out. I managed to, and this was extremely difficult for me. But let's see. I have two of these bad boys right here. This is a 780 Ti graphics card that I managed to pull out of the backup computer, and then motherboard, the water cooler, 4 hard drives. Sending Model of Life with Matthew to see what he can do with them.
Well, it was CBS did a show about one of the newest ships, and they really have a real James T. Kirk was named after.
Weren't the sizes of the ships in TOS based off of World War I or II ships in actual history?
No,
their crew size?
No, the crew size of the Admiral Swell, the crew size of the Federation ships is tiny. It's absolutely minuscule compared to anything the Navy had in World War II or anything.
Well,
I mean, compared to their equivalent ships, a heavy cruiser would have many times what a Connie had.
Well, Connie is basically almost same size as the World War II aircraft carrier.
Yeah, but the crew complement of an aircraft carrier would have been a whole lot more than 400 people.
Yeah, I'm saying because we got more stuff on there. It's just Connie have.
Normally, a carrier has a crew of
3,000 or more.
3,000, but most of that is the strike group. Only like about a third of the crew is the actual crew that keeps the ship running.
That's still 2.5 times the crew of the Connie.
Yeah, it's around 5,000 because I know I've been on one, so it's around 5,000.
Well, the new ones are like 3,500 max.
You got 300. You probably got 300, maybe 200 pilots of different kind of ships, different kind of planes. You got helicopters, you got the strike force, you got reconnaissance plane like that. So you got round like officers like that. That's one. Then you got the mechanics. You got guys fixing on these planes. You got fuel. You got weapons guys. You got the guys who make the food. You got the guys who put the bullets together, the bombs together.
Right.
You got senior officers. You got dentists. Engineering, we got operating guys, we got specialists. So all together, you're looking at a company around 4,000 or 5,000. If nobody don't do any double, because this the Navy is coming back. You got to do people like Spock doing double work. So it depends on that. That's why you see 2 captains on the board, because everything everybody doing double work, and plus we got too many damn officers. One thing.
Well, people get confused too because the simple fact that people think that captain is the rank of the commanding officer of the ship, when it's actually the position of the commanding officer of the ship. The rank of captain is not necessarily the rank of the commanding officer of the ship, but the commanding officer of the ship is the captain of the ship. And it's like it could really be confusing for people that don't understand it.
And most of the time,
we also
Admiral.
We said like Star Trek, we got too many damn officers,
right.
and we do have it in the Navy. There's too many officers, not enough ships to put the officers in.
Well, like it made no sense in Star Trek: The Motion Picture that Kirk took a demotion to captain. Why didn't he? Why he could have just been Admiral Kirk in command of the Enterprise? There's no reason.
No. He didn't bump down. They just gave him the temporary time. He didn't change the name because only one time one admiral actually did that, and that was in World War II, and that was his old ship. That was an old battleship. I can't remember the name of the battleship.
I think it was one of the battleships more than
Yeah, it was one. I remember that
Pearl.
battleship. It was one battleship, World War II, and it was going to decommission, and he risked his own career and took the captain. So he took one last command before they scrapped it. I can't remember the name, but
and to captain after that
Colorado.
After a stunt there, he played.
What?
No, finish your thought. Now go. I'm sorry.
We lost someone. Who'd we lose?
Yeah, we lost somebody.
I wasn't looking. I was typing something. I was typing a comment, and I realized, oh, we only have 5 people.
I was gonna say, hold on, I'm jumping in rudely. I apologize. I always thought when it came to the Star Trek hierarchy, as it were, that basically, and maybe I'm wrong.
And
once you become admiral, is basically you can actually join for a ship, i.e., from All Good Things with Riker. You could actually choose your ship and actually be a rear admiral, this, that, and the third. But once you become admiral in the original series, or from Kirk's time, rather, basically you're done. You're not spacefaring. So basically,
you're basically a desk job in Kirk.
In Starfleet,
Kirk at all. Kirk was a fighter. He wasn't a desk jockey.
When you get promoted,
no, when he was promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral, they put him at Commander-in-Chief of Starfleet Operations, meaning he answered directly to the Federation President on fleet deployment and stuff.
Go ahead, sir.
After his first 5-year mission, Kirk was promoted according to canon.
He was Chief of Operations. That was his title.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which means he was CNC of Starfleet Operations, meaning he had to have at least the rank of Vice Admiral or Rear Admiral upper half.
Well, it doesn't matter. They just called him Admiral Kirk.
In reality. Actually, in the actual U.S. Navy, they do distinguish rear admirals between upper and lower half.
Right, but
like they do in Star Trek.
They simply refer to him as Admiral Kirk. So that's
wait a minute. Kirk was a 1-star admiral. Okay, Kirk was.
He was a rear admiral, lower half.
Yeah, he's one. Yeah, but
basically, what happened?
Vice admiral, or a vice admiral, or if he were to become
a 2-star admiral would have been a rear admiral upper half.
Yeah, in chief operations, you got to be a 4-star admiral, and plus also got to be how long.
Yeah, Kirk was not the CNC, but he was chief of operations.
Right.
Which I do have to wonder.
Sorry, go ahead. He was chief of cipher operations. So I mean, he take orders from CNC. So he was joining operations. In the Navy, in real Navy, you got to be a 4-star admiral.
In wartime, it would be a 5-star.
No, 5-star admiral. Only 5-star. One person get 5-star admiral. He got approved by the president of the United States.
A 5-star, admiral. So a 5-star.
Well, I'm talking about like in other navies.
A 5-star
5-star
admirals. A 5-star admiral or 5-star general is something that is a special circumstance appointed by the president. It is not a norm. It just because we're at war doesn't mean we have a 5-star. It's not an automatic thing. It is a special circumstance appointed by the president. And if the president chooses to appoint a 5-star as a commander of the military, he is absolutely able to do so, but it is not a requirement.
I was relating to the British, actually.
And the last one was Eisenhower.
Yes, and the last person was going to be nominated as a 5-star general was Colin Powell.
Right.
Colin Powell was the last person who was going to be nominated. He turned it down. So that's some military history.
Yeah, what I was referring to was the fleet admirals of World War II from Britain, not America at all.
Mm.
And that's what actually Roddenberry did a small... I've have his autobiography, actually. He did a small service stint in the Royal Navy as a exchange officer during World War II.
No, he actually World War II.
HMS Courageous, I believe, was
He
the
was not
name
in
of the
the
ship.
Royal Air Force. He was the United States U.S. Army Air Corps B-2 bomber pilot. So he was not in the Royal Air Force. He was a U.S. Army B-2 bomber fighter. He flew.
Hello. The U.S. actually loaned some B-29 flying fortresses out to.
Yes, after I'm just saying he didn't serve. I'm just saying he was not in the Royal Air Force. You see, he was in the Royal Air Force. He was in US
said
Army Air Force.
You guys are chasing down some serious rabbit holes here, you know.
Okay. I can actually, if you want me to, I can look up Gene Roddenberry right now.
I don't care about Gene Roddenberry's military record at all.
Okay, then
I just say I do not care.
Honestly,
Honestly,
I give respect for anybody who goes to military, but honestly, it's one of the things I have to see is basically the one thing that Trek has actually. Let's pull it back this way for a second, and then I'll shut up, and then we can go where we gotta go from here. Is we have seen, I'm literally going back to about 30, 45 an hour ago from this. The Kirk dream. I know. I'm sorry, folks, because we did progress in a lot of things. But if Star Trek V is a Kirk dream, that 4 through 6 is the dream itself. Generations would be 7, where he'd be waking up from this and doing what he's doing from the jump and this, that, and the third, because there's an extra scene where he did the space jump. And actually...
Well, John DeMarco pointed out that events of Star Trek VI are referenced in later TNG. So
yes, they are.
So Star Trek VI could not be a Nexus event.
Okay, so that makes sense.
Tiger, you're right.
Which would also mean that anything in Generations that Riker did in that scene with Picard, with Troy and
we also see we also see events in Star Trek VI as flashbacks in Voyager, although slightly altered.
So what part of Voyager? Then in that case, what part of Voyager?
Tuvok served on Sulu's Excelsior.
Well, what about Dimitri? Dimitri Paltrain, or Dimitri Paltrain. In the movies, he survived. In Voyager, he died. So, the real story, or are we splitting alternate realities here?
I'm not sure who you're talking about.
Dimitri Paltrain. In Voyager, he was behind a panel during the battle before that the Excelsior went into the battle with Enterprise with a cloaked ship. He you mean in Voyager,
the episode flashback?
I have to remember this episode fully because I haven't seen it in a while.
I saw it 2 months ago.
Okay, good. So just correct me if I'm wrong. So Dimitri Valtrain in Star Trek VI survived the Battle of Kittimer between the Excelsior and Enterprise. But in Voyager, Dimitri Valtrain was warned by Tuvok to get away from a panel. He didn't listen. The panel blew up. He died.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't explain how Dimitri Valtrain, who was also a bunkmate in Voyager, by the way, of Tuvok,
that right
was
there
actually going back and forth with Tuvok. It doesn't explain how Star Trek VI and that Voyager episode matches together. Does that mean that Star Trek VI and the Voyager episode
so let me ask you this:
alternate realities?
So that was Tuvok memory. That was a Tuvok memory,
which could be another thing too. So that's the third thing. Could be a mixed memory because of what happened in the Voyager episode of that the sickness between Tuvok and Janeway going back and forth.
Right.
Because Janeway was linked with
you could be dealing with a faulty memory, or you could let me ask you this: Dimitri Valtrain, was he named Was he called by name in both incidents?
Yes. He was actually called by name.
On
every character.
Wait. In both
character,
Star Trek 6, he was called, because I don't recall anybody saying, "Hey, Dimitri Valtain, come over here." I don't remember that line in Star Trek 6.
He was called Valtrain. But
Wait. Valtrain. He wasn't called Dimitri Valtain.
Okay, I'll give you that one.
Okay,
But
so if
Valtrain,
so if Dimitri Valtrain and Thomas Valtrain, two twin brothers on that ship, one of them was killed and the other one was not, problem solved.
I see where you're getting. It could either be in the same timeline, or, and follow me on this one, sir. It could be Thomas Valtrain in this timeline, the timeline that we see, a straight up timeline of Star Trek 6 to Voyager, or it could be a different one that we're actually exposed to by the time Voyager comes to. Right. That's one of the benefits and the love of Star Trek, is the fact of we can speculate on this.
Okay,
it
we
could
got
either be one of those things where it actually continues, or it could actually divert in one way, and we can speculate on these things.
Now, Alex is saying we're splitting hairs. Now, Alex, you're the one that told me to do this series of videos on Sacrifice of Angels, buddy.
Okay, well, first thing first, any tiger was correct. It was a Zukov. That's what I was talking about. But you're talking about Tuvok memory. Remember, Tuvok memory is not that good. Because remember, he had a what do you call it? Oh God,
he had Pon farr right after that incident.
Right.
Left
Starfleet. So his memory not sharper.
We're also talking about 100-year-old memory.
Exactly.
Right.
So, like I said, because how
50,
did
according to Tuvok's wiki for Memory Alpha, the character himself was only 78 when he was on Voyager.
Then how do you explain the 100th birthday in season 6?
So in human,
Vulcans might age a lot faster than humans.
Wait, here's a question, and I don't know the answer to this.
Vulcans do have a longer lifespan than we humans, so to compensate that out, maybe their planet, and their way they evolved, they live a faster life cycle.
Okay.
Well, here's a question.
Yeah.
Wait. Here's a question on that, and I don't know the answer to this because my Voyager timeline is a little fuzzy. Because I'll be honest, of the Berman era, Voyager is my least favorite show, and so I don't watch it very often. Does the episode that we're talking about, where we flash back to this stuff, is it before or after Tuvix?
Before Tuvix.
It's before.
I would say after. But also, by the way, I'm Discovery ready. Let's do it. Yeah, I got a Discovery favor. But also,
Hey, credit where credit is due. Look, I may not like Discovery, but I do like their phasers. I think they're cool.
Oh yeah, definitely. Look at this. This is craft.
That does look like an early model of the phaser from TOS. I like that.
And honestly, it cracks in the bottom too. If
you're
not careful.
Notice it works great if you hold it backwards. The Burnham, you can hold it in the Burnham.
Oh wait,
yeah.
So like right here.
Yeah. That's called the Burnham grip.
Oh, okay. I'm good. So, am I doing it right, sir?
Episode they hold it gone backwards.
I'm doing it right.
In
okay, I want to make sure I'm doing it right.
Yeah.
So this is the Burnham grip.
Yeah, that's the Burnham grip.
Okay, I got it. Okay, cool. I feel like I'm gonna get shot in the face, but
correct me if I'm wrong. There was an episode she did.
Should I put this down?
Yeah, she did hold the gun.
After you squeeze the trigger, yeah.
Okay. I have like 3 runs next week. I can't die.
Am I right, Trucker? It was an episode that she did hold the gun the wrong kind of way.
There's actually it's in the first season when she's confronting the Klingons. She grabs the phaser and there's one shot where she grabs the phaser and she points it at herself, and then then in the close-up shot they fixed it.
So basically, it's if you want to do like a whole JFK
And in
thing,
that
like, for that movie, it's
episode
like
flashback,
from here, and from that there, from back to the left.
And I'm really
Back
surprised they didn't. I mean, it'd be really easy to digitally fix. I'm really surprised they didn't do that.
Well, I got my bitch right here.
Yeah. I mean, it's all over the internet. And at first, when I first saw people posting pictures of it, I was like, oh, that's one of those stupid, things where people digitally altered it. And then I went and looked in the episode and it's like, oh, no, she actually did do that.
and I think in the memory in flashback, he said Captain Sulu was trying to enter Klingon territory to go to Rora Pinte to get his former commanding officer. And the Doctor, too, out of prison without actual authorization from Starfleet. Nerd.
Okay. 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 So,
I'm sorry, wrong show. Sorry, guys.
okay.
I'm sorry.
First thing, okay. Well, first thing first. Okay, Tuvok is 178 years old. Okay, that's his age.
And Thomas
Okay,
Valtrain
so
was created by a
not
transporter
exactly,
accident when the transporter
drunk
chief was
anymore.
trying to evacuate
He
Dimitri.
was already.
Okay, so Andy Tiger, thank you so much. Throws a $10 super chat in and says that Thomas Valtrain was created by a transporter accident when the transporter chief was trying to evacuate Dimitri. So that's what happened. So there was so that there you go. The transporter, there was a transporter accident when they were trying to get Dimitri, and they created Thomas by accident. And so that's why there's two Valtrains.
Is that precedence is the episode where we had Thomas Riker and Will Riker?
Right.
In later episodes?
Right. So so now every transporter duplicate is now named Thomas.
Okay.
So be very careful around Thomas Potts.
Well, if I was a transporter, I would want to be named like Timmy.
Yeah. So if you know anybody named Thomas is a transporter duplicate.
I'm Timmy Slater. Thank you.
One thing about transporter is this. I really can't understand. You can beam your molecules up, like that, and like that episode where I just saw the host when the trio first I was seeing trio, he was scared to get beamed, but they don't think that a transporter cannot heal anybody or can't find any
and you were right. The real Slater, he was, according to Memory Alpha, Tuvok's bunkmate and senior officer.
Yeah.
In the bunk.
But
really,
but Chief Cook, you were making a point. Yeah, transporters should be able to heal any and every wound, any and every disease.
Exactly. The episode when Picard get injury and his heart goes out and they put him in a thing. It's amazing all this technology can be from one place to other, and y'all can't think that this transporter can actually heal somebody.
Right. Well, you think about like with me right now, right? So I'm going through this whole thing with MS. So they should be able to just put me in the transporter and then use a buffer pattern from before the MS came on, except just keep my memory engrams the same.
And
that would be impossible.
No, it wouldn't. They've shown it. Because you know what? They've materialized people, and oops, we made them look younger. Oops, we made them look older. Oops, we've made duplicates of them.
I'm gonna say that every time transporter something happens, we can make somebody old and young, but we still can't save somebody when we have a wounded. When Tasha Yar was killed, you can't tell me that a transporter can fix that damn thing. All the technology, it don't make no sense.
Well,
even Jordy Eyes transporter can't fix the Jordan. All they need is DNA. It's DNA. They can't fix that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
There were also hints in, I believe it's the Pulaski episode. So that was season 2 or 3.
Right, where they healed her aging.
Yes. So okay.
That was due to the Brovka virus that was infected by the research doctor. They had genetically engineered kids. They basically made them immune to all human diseases, but a exchange officer came and infected them with some fever. I think it was either Tarovka fever or the Rigelian flu. No.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, it was the airborne virus that was sent through their pores. Pulaski had to seriously, like, super persuade, and even she did not threaten Picard, but she made a best argument to Picard to actually have a shuttle. This is season 3, I want to say. No, 2 or 3. It's between there.
2.
This is when Gates McFadden left.
Right.
And actually, I can't think of her name. I'm very sorry, madam, because you were actually a really good actress, because you were in TOS also, because you were in the episode where we all know the episode where she was with the orbs. Oh God, I
mean, she played Pulaski.
Yeah,
Pulaski.
Yeah.
She was in TOS.
She was in TOS twice.
Yeah.
Yes, she was.
Marcy something. I remember Marcy or something. I can't remember.
She played 2 different characters. She was in Is There in Truth No Beauty, and she was also in, I believe it's All Our Yesterdays. I want to say, is it?
Yeah.
The one with Sargon, but
she was an actual ensign, but she was also the blind chick with the suit in front of her, so like she couldn't see anything. So, I can't think of somebody I know that actually. But in any case, when Pulaski, her character was Pulaski, convinced Picard to actually put the shuttle out there or take Data out there, they had the one kid being out, and that's when everything happened. And we got down, and she started notice that third. It was really telling, because it showed how far medicine can actually go in certain aspects.
Yes. Yeah, it did. Medicine has proved, like I said, which I can never understand why. I understand why Gene Roddenberry made the idea for Geordi to be like that, but still, if you can go from warp 9, warp 10, and you got technology like that, you can't stand and tell me you couldn't find no illness to have someone blind. That is the most ridiculous thing that they can do to somebody like that. Have this guy for 8 years doing that thing across his eyes, and you can't say that.
Hey, they went from a blind prosthetic from being a dress to being a barrette.
Yeah,
so there you go.
Yeah, I know that. I remember that because of the budget.
Yeah.
It was a budget thing. I don't understand that, but still, have someone wear something across the eyes because he was totally blind. You can't say that we won't have to.
He was actually wearing white contact lenses that were intentionally fogged when they did the exams.
I know that, but I'm saying that it's just all the technology we got, all the things we can beam and warp and the whole 9 yard, where we still cannot fix a person who is blind or deaf or anything like that. That's sure it is.
But yeah, you have to think 1966 to 67, 8 to 1989 to 1993, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to 2000, even with Enterprise up to that point, all the technology that we do have now, spectacles, flip phones, cell phones, eye exams, all these things, these were things that are imagined. So it's one of those things where as a Trek fan, I can understand where they're coming from, and this is what kind of pisses me off about other things right now, is the fact that because of Trek, and I'm going to put it this way, folks. Clip it, take it to your channels. I may do it to mine. Trekker, Chef, Emerald, take your channels too, and take these words I'm going to say right now. And I may do it to my own, with permission, with all of you. Trek, to me, was something that would be advancing our cultures. Something, because we've already been, I'm 39 years old. I have had a grandmother and aunts and uncles that have been through civil rights. I've had ancestors that have been through slavery, this, that, and the third. But one of the things that I have actually seen through my ancestors and through my elders, I even had an elder that was a bodyguard for Malcolm X. So I'm connected in civil rights one way or another. I also have another family member that is currently retired a couple of years back with certain people with certain political parties. I'll put it that way. But the crux of me was seeing my father showing me Star Trek and showing me what we could be as a people, being non-denominational, non-color, all this, and just progress as a society. And it's so sad right now that we're not learning what we need to learn right now, that we could be better of ourselves. And I don't know what to say. It makes me bloody cry. It's just,
I almost wonder if the Excelsior, although officially according to Starfleet records, even in Star Trek Online, they said the Excelsior went rogue and tried to go for Kronos. Wonder if they found out from Spock. The crew of the Enterprise found out from Spock about the bomb planted during the Federation Klingon War of 10 years before Kirk took command of the Enterprise during Pike's era.
Now, is it extended universe, or is that actually within universe, though?
It's within universe.
I'm not sure about that.
I agree with you said. Real it just we Star Trek was always about coming together, searching, going in space and seek out new life, new civilization. It was never about race or sex or anything. We supposed to evolve better than that. Like I said, no money, no diseases, no homelessness, no nothing. We all came together as one big united family, and it's watching that famous line in Star Trek 4, Voyage Home, and McCoy said, "How do you get out of dark ages?" And I'm thinking, we barely getting out of it, because this is not supposed to be like this.
And by the way,
we're getting there, brother.
One thing I do want to say real quick, because John DeMarco, since he did put it in the chat already, Life with Matthew is doing a charity bike ride. It's called the Hot as Hell 100. He's going to try to ride 100 miles. And so he is trying to raise money for women that are, if I understand, it's like, basically it's like crisis pregnancy kind of thing. So if you want to help out these women that are in having serious trouble in Texas, please, help them out. And so click on the link there. There's a video all about it, and check it out. Matthew's a good guy, and he's trying to help out people. And so, since John put that link there, I thought I would talk it up a little bit, because it is a worthwhile cause, even if Matthew is kind of a jerk most of the time.
God.
Oh God.
Well, he's chronically late, and he's just he posts his videos on his channel, and then he'll put a comment on his own video, and he'll put a heart on his own comment. I mean, look, I comment on my own videos. I never heart my own comments. That's just like, I mean, come on. Classic.
Wait, you're not supposed to. Oh, I've been doing it the wrong way. This is why.
That's like narcissism right there.
No,
you don't put a
okay,
heart on your own comment. You put a heart on a comment you like, not your own comment.
So is this why people think that I'm like a clout tracer versus trying to build a culture? Instead of like, being friendly to people and trying to build.
If you're hearting your own comments, yeah, you're kind of saying, "Hey guys, I'm awesome." That's what you're saying.
God. Oh God! Seriously, because I thought I was doing the right thing because people think I'm like a trout chaser. Oh no, I'm trying to actually build culture, helping it.
Right. What you do is
God. Sorry, folks. I'm very sorry.
Yeah, the heart button is what you're supposed to do to kind of send a message to the person that you really like their comment. It's actually a nice way. It's a shortcut to being able to hit reply and typing out like thanks.
Then why is Brie Larson not answering me? I like her. Come on, girl, answer me.
Because it's Brie Larson.
I want some Captain Marvel.
Didn't you watch her video? She's too busy.
But she wants minorities. Come on, you all know a minority. Here I am. We are all friends. Let's go. I'm a double minority. I'm a New Yorker. That's a minority enough.
Wait a minute. Speaking about Brie Larson. Did she lost her role in Captain Marvel?
I personally think that that's just a bunch of crap from the Phantom Menace, so I don't care.
Oh no, I don't claim anybody, so I totally hear you on that. I'm just making a joke. So if I cross the line, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just making a joke, bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
But seriously, I'm not gonna lie. I'm being very serious right now. I would actually do what. That's just me. I would like actually talk to her. It's not gonna happen. But in any case, let's talk Shrek. Let's go.
I would talk to Brie Larson if she wanted to come on my channel and talk. I'd talk to her in a minute. I'd even be very respectful. I would disagree with her on just about everything, but I'd be very respectful.
But that's what it comes down to.
But I would absolutely talk to her. However, that's neither here nor there.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm very sorry to bring it up. Sir.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
But I will say that you all talking about how Star Trek affects all of us. Like I said, I just turned 50, and all my years, being a fan like everybody, I've been in Star Trek since I was a kid, watching Star Trek TOS. Come off from high school. I mean, school and
glad I have more
finally hearing TNG coming back, running home from junior high school. I mean, literally running home so I won't miss watching the first episode of TNG. Watching it, it brings back so many memories coming together like this, and it's a shame that here I'm now 50 and I'm watching this garbage.
Yeah.
Watching, this is not where I grew up, but this is, I understand culture change, but that right there should not change. And I know you always keep saying that Enterprise is canon, but to me, that right there put a nail in a coffin right there in Star Trek.
Well, let me say, first of all, Aravic threw $5 in and says, "Glad I have more beer." Man, well, I'm not a big beer drinker.
I really like modern Trek. I'm looking forward to their
on
Pike series.
That's funny.
That even comes to fruition.
I know you like modern Trek, Admiral Saval. I know Daniel's Hot Topic likes the modern Trek more. And Ian,
I grew up on TNG, Voyager, and DS9. Out of all those series, I hate DS9 because of the religious connotation.
Hold on, Admiral. Ian, how you tend to like the newer Trek more than I do, correct?
I'm mixed.
Right.
I believe it has potential, but it keeps hitting them. It keeps not hitting them.
So you're like hit and miss with it.
I'll give you that one. Yes, yeah. I'm hit and miss on it.
Okay.
The way I feel, and I'll be quick about this so you can get to your point also, I believe it has potential. I really do believe it has potential to actually do something. Lower Decks, Picard, and all the seasons of Discovery. But it doesn't to me, and you can all disagree, and I will take this. I can take disagreements. This is how I am. Sir, Mr. Crawford, you know how I am.
Mm-hmm.
Is if we have disagreements, it is what it is, but we're still friends in the end. I don't see it pulling the way it should be. My issue of Trek is the fact of human development, not the fact that oh my god, it sucks. That's shallow to me.
Right.
I feel it's shallow. My feeling is it should be contributing to human development. This is where my feeling of current Trek is.
Mm-hmm.
Where it goes now, I can take a fart joke. I watch Rick and Morty. I am a fan of Rick and Morty, so I can take it what it is. But when you combine that with what's currently out there, I cannot personally see it as a successor to past Trek to now, only because we should be progressing our society. We need to go into the stars. We're already doing it with our millionaires and billionaires, with Branson, what have you, and Musk.
You
So
know,
when it
that's
comes to
only
let me finish, and I'll let you finish. We are there. We need to explore. We have gone to the bounds of our earthly selves. So what's the next step? Star Trek was our next step. And it makes me cry that it does make me cry and make me saddened that we cannot explore these strange worlds and actually explore our humanity and actually go up there.
So, but wait. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Okay.
So, but because this is the interesting thing about this is that I think that you guys perfectly reflect exactly what CBS was going for, because so Ian, you're kind of mixed on it. Daniel likes it. Admiral Saval likes it. Chief Cook and I both don't like it, generally speaking. But here's the thing, Daniel, can you hear me? I don't know if he's, because you're muted right now.
No, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, good. So Daniel, how old are you?
I'm 34.
All right. Admiral Saval, how old are you?
31.
All right. Ian, how old are you?
39, just heard last week.
All right.
Last month, rather.
All right. So Daniel and Admiral Saval, low to mid 30s. Ian, late 30s, almost 40. Chief Cook and I, 50s. Bam. That's the difference. They're going for the younger demographic. That is exactly what they want.
Absolutely.
All right. So the younger you are, the more likely you are to like this new Trek. Now, I will tell you, and I've said it plenty of times, there are
some things I don't like about
sure.
Discovery.
But I'm not saying it's perfect for you. I'm not saying that it's all bad for me. Because, and I've said it, there is one particular brand of the new Trek that I really like, and it happens to be the one that's airing right now, and that's Lower Decks. And I like it so much that I made myself a little badgie. Because
A quick question.
Nice.
Quick question. Is it true you own the right to badgie?
Of course I do. You didn't hear that? So, because according to Neon Visual, if you make something and improve upon it, then you own the rights to it. So therefore, it's a long story. So Neon Visual filed a DMCA against one of my videos because of the DS9.
Yes. So if Lower Decks plays badge again, you get money for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna file a DMCA against them if they show Badgie because no, obviously I wouldn't do that. And I will tell you, Mike McMahon,
and you'd lose if you did.
I guarantee you, if Mike McMahon saw me say that, he would probably bust up laughing, because Mike McMahon is an absolute nerd. He's one of us, and he would get the joke. And I would have Mike McMahon on this show in a heartbeat, and I would show him my Badgie and tell him how much I love Badgie. You know, and the
only thing that stops us from doing the actual exploration is the mighty dollar or whatever currency you work off of. It takes billions, if not trillions, of dollars to go to space. And
we're talking about
on top of that, my other thing is, when you think about it, Earth space dock, because although they can arm it, technically they are still abiding by what is known as the Outer Space Treaty in the 23rd century. So some form of the U.S. government, the Russian government, the Chinese government, all the signatory governments of the Outer Space Treaty survive in some government level in the United Earth era.
Bloody hell.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But let me say this, because some of the people in the chat were saying, "Oh, well, wait a minute, I'm in my 30s, I don't like it," stuff like that. Now, it's not a universal truth. It just happens to be on this panel. People that are younger are more like their target audience is the younger demographic. So the people because my daughter, she thinks that more nihilistic entertainment, darker, grittier, edgier entertainment is more fun to her, where she doesn't understand why I don't like that.
Because a lot of people don't understand what it is, because it's two different kind of times. It's going to be hard for someone someone younger than us, real young, going to watch the original Next Gen, DS Space, and Voyager, and turn around and watch these 3 episodes. Say, okay, explain. That's kind of weird. That someone explain it. I think I told the story before. I went to Star Wars, saw the last one coming out. Everybody shocked. The last was the Last Jedi. What we call it? Rise of Skywalker, the last one.
It was Rise of Skywalker was the last one.
Okay.
You young checkers do not know the power of the dark side.
You sound like Mark Hamill when you do that.
You said me. I'm sorry, folks. Sorry.
Yeah, we walked out of there. And
wait, I gotta turn up. So give me 2 seconds.
We walking out of there. This guy and this young girl. I say maybe 6, maybe 7, maybe 6 or 7, and she said, "Dad, what the hell we just watched?" And everybody breaks out laughing. She knew Star Trek. She knew Star Wars. And she said, "This is not Star Wars that I saw. No, the original 4, 5, and 6." And she got it. She gets it. The problem is a lot of people not gonna get it like that. Because you gotta explain this stuff to these people. I know some people like Enterprise. Explain Enterprise came before TOS and TOS. You gotta explain it. A lot of people don't. A lot of people not gonna get it, and they're not gonna understand it. So they trying their best to confuse people. This is right. This is how it's supposed to be. This is how it should be, and this is the way you're supposed to like it. And that's why I think when Strange New Worlds comes out, it's going to bring a whole new chapter, and I guarantee Loud's not going to like this.
I don't know. I think the Strange New Worlds is going to be... Whoa! That was loud, whatever that was. So I think Strange New Worlds is going to make or break Trek for a lot of people, including myself. Because honestly, here's how I stand with Trek right now, as far as... third generation, because you guys know I break Trek into 3 generations. Generation 1 is the original series, the animated series, the first 6 films. Mm-hmm. Generation 2 is TNG through Enterprise on television, and then Generations through Nemesis and films. Generation 3 is Star Trek 2009 through today. Okay.
Right.
So with Generation 3, as far as the movies are concerned, they've been kind of okay. You know, the movies have been, they're entertaining enough, right? I don't love them, but I don't generally find them offensive, except for I really didn't like Star Trek Beyond, but that's a whole other thing we can talk about.
The one thing I did, I'm sorry to cut you off, sir.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I did like about the 2009 Beyond and Inner Darkness and Beyond movies was the fact that it was established with JJ, may he be praised and what have you, is that he established, at least in 2009, that was alternate reality.
Oh, sure. I didn't have a problem with that.
So it actually, he was trying, in that case, I thought he was trying to bring us us fans into what could be. We have our canon concerning the library time, and it is what it is. So if we could see a more action version of Star Trek, is what it is. But also, here's the second thing, and I'll go on the third thing quickly, and I'll drop it to all you. Is we, with the movies, when it came to transitions from the generations up after TNG, with generations up into the movies for Contact, Insurrection, Nemesis, what have you, that they were coming into the movies. And even Frick said it was just like, it seems like the fans were more action. Not necessarily. Maybe some fans were, but they were more into the story. But for me, I can understand, in order to bring more fans into the nuances of Trek, you maybe need to have action films of Trek. And then it's like, oh my God, Riker, oh Troy, oh my God, Kirk, this, that, and the third. So let me learn more. Okay, watch Space Seed. Space Seed? Why? Just watch it. You get to learn more. But then when it comes to Kurtzman Trek, CBS Trek, and this, that, and the third, I watched the first episode like all of you on CBS, on my big screen, this, that, and the third. And my thoughts were with the uniform, like I'm a fan in this way. I'm like picking apart everything immediately. Okay, so the bridges on our side. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, blue suits. So obviously it's a bridge off the Enterprise with the blue tight suits. And then it went off from there. It's just like, no, that's movies, that's TNG, that's this, that, and the third. That's what, yeah. And it went off from there. Kurtzman Trek for me, and anything that he does is something he's not understanding, and he doesn't want to understand. He does not want to understand. And I'm sorry, I can't get down with it. I'm trying to do so. But in my head canon right now, only because of my quote unquote Star Trek sanity, I will look at it as alternate reality. Yeah, that's it. Well, because of what I've seen with Roddenberry Trek, it is what it is.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, it's going to be hard for someone who don't know Trek, who never seen Trek, going to see it. How you going to explain to them? Because explain what happened between original TOS, the movies, TNG, DH Space Nine, Voyager, then go back in time with Enterprise, then go back further in time with Discovery, then the JJ movie. You got to explain this stuff, and a lot of people not going to get it.
Right.
And they're gonna scratch their head and say, like I said, that's why I was getting. I know everybody hate me like you said. It should never. Enterprise should never happen. I think if Rick Berman had kept going forward and created no series after Nemesis, JJ would have no choice to create a series. Then with it, because I think JJ looked at Enterprise. Okay, we take that idea and move and keep it and try something like that and start something like this. But if he did if they did in the future, he had no choice to create a series after that. after where you get this point from, because we kept going forward. They trying to alternate the whole thing again. Like I said, how you can explain, look at the ship. Okay, everybody knows the NX is a Akira ship. Okay, look upside down. Look at the uniform. How you went from the colors, he had no badge, and Kirk had no badge, and the gold uniform. You got a lot to explain to do, and people gonna get confused with that. Okay,
Michael,
go ahead.
I'm sorry,
Go
Michael, may I?
What?
Okay, I hear what you're saying, sir. I do
think the
believe
plots
that
I knew track are too convoluted, but worse than that it is that is not a place I want to live. Elle once bought a Star Trek tourism book and would go watch old episodes to see those places.
After I say everything I gotta say, and I do want to, because I've never heard anybody come back at me on this one. Enterprise is one of, and I'm not gonna lie, I do have a pair of blue pants, and once I actually explain it, I'll grab the blue pants and what have you. I do like Enterprise for this reason. It explained it bridged reality to our fantasy. It bridged NASA and space exploration. Now we're in 2020, 21, 20, what have you, of Tesla and Richard Branch and Jeff Bezos of space exploration. So and now in my mind,
in Voyager, didn't Pear say the
sweet Jesus,
electric car did not come for another 100 years though, because of the
I know, Ryan.
big old
okay.
companies.
Go ahead, Ryan. Go ahead. Go ahead, Real. Go ahead.
Who, me or Admiral?
You.
Sorry.
Well, actually, let me say that. So, hold on. So, Alex, thank you so much for your $10 super chat in. So, I think that and I agree that the plots in the newer Star Trek are too convoluted. But worse than that is that it's not a place that you'd want to visit. That, like the old school Trek, he bought a Star Trek tourism book and would want to watch those places, look at those old episodes, and that's a place you'd want to visit, as opposed to you look at the places in new Star Trek, and it's like those are places you'd kind of want to avoid, because most of it is like, it seems more like a chamber of horrors than a place that you'd want to go. And especially like in the season 3, it's like every planet they go to, all of a sudden everybody's a planet of dicks. Like they go to Earth and it's a fascist government. They go to Vulcan and they're isolationists. They go to Trill and they're religious extremists. Everywhere they go, everybody's a dick. And so it's, they've kind of taken the entire Trek universe and turned it dystopian.
And
what I'm trying to say is you don't mess with the original series. You don't mess with Gene. I know a lot of people hate Gene like this, but you don't mess with it. Number 4 Kirk. Number 4 Pike, the original Pike. Number 4, we all know who the first captain is. It's Robert Abel. You don't mess with it. You leave that alone. You move forward. I understand. They're trying to make early, before that, for space travel. But you got a lot of mistakes. You got a lot of canon. Remember that episode when Worf said that they didn't have no feeds or thing like that. You messed it up. But the series, Star Trek is always about moving forward. We have one day, we could have Romulans come aboard. We had Klingon on board. When that gonna happen? When that day gonna happen? When we see a Romulan be captain of a ship? Like always about moving forward. They didn't have no business mess with the past. I know JJ. They saw that, scratched their head. Okay, we can do that deal, and we can make a move out of that and keep forward. Now, 20 years from now, say they're gonna make another Star Trek series. Maybe 25th century. You got to explain that gap between what happened this and what happened there. And it's going to be harder for the next person to create something. And that's what I'm trying to say. It's going to be hard. They got 13th century. They got all that back crap. we got okay, how that's going to happen?
They could almost make a storyline for a TV show out of all the episodes in Star Trek Online, and I would pay to watch that shit. No contest.
Honestly, though, I think that, and I've said this before, but at this point, I think that because the history of Trek has become so convoluted, it's self-contradictory already, and there is no good entry point. They need to they should just reboot the franchise. They need to stop messing around trying to figure out how do we make this work. Exactly. Where do we start? Not just start fresh. You know,
yes and no.
You're going to have a hard time explaining stuff because
they could have done it with the Kelvin timeline, with the JJ universe. They were on the right track with it. They genuinely were. The biggest problem was honestly that they didn't capture the real spirit of Trek with it.
Right.
They tried to turn it into an action franchise.
Right.
And
go ahead. Sorry, real.
Indeed, but it comes down to Star Trek, even within its realm, within the IP, is possibilities. Now, this is what is happening right now. There are so many possibilities, it's getting confused and convoluted. So we need to try and narrow down all of these possibilities. Even, I give JJ this, with the 2009 alternate timeline. So this is what we're dealing right now. We're dealing with Roddenberry's episodes, Bergman's episodes, JJ's episodes, Kurtz's episodes, all these things, and how we're going to actually decipher and figure out what's going to be real Trek to fake Trek and actually be included in the timeline. Right. Now, most of us, there are many sects. It really comes down to many sections of this. All Trek. That's not Trek. This is Trek. We could blend this, but it's alternate reality.
Right.
From what I see so far, there could be more to it. I'm on the third one. Is basically, I have my Trek. I see alternate reality. Alternate reality can actually blend in with the Trek of Roddenberry timeline, but JJ, Kelvin, or the Kurtzman Discovery timeline could actually blend in with these things, but it needs to actually fit in perfectly in a way that it makes sense. It can't be, well, this is what it is. No, it's not what it is. You are fighting
then
so many
if
fans.
We're going to do that, then we need to continue with the Kelvin timeline only.
I honestly would say, and this may be controversial here, I would love to actually see the Kelvin timeline actually pull away from the Roddenberry timeline and see what they would do and see if it's more action, more philosophical, or a balance of both, and see what our generation of creators would actually do what this thing. When it comes to Kurtz's timeline, for me at least, I'm talking for myself right now, the JJ timeline, I feel that creator could actually do a balance of action and philosophy. When it comes to Kurtzman timeline, it's all action and BS, and I can't watch this. And I'm a certain person of a certain way. Maybe I have to regenerate. Maybe I'm just. If you all get what I'm saying. But I'm saying, too, don't use people like me for your words and means, because that's what it feels for me with Trek right now, and that's why I'm out, and that's why I'm not. And I'm so sad because I cried. And like literally when I was done with Trek, the current Trek, I'm a truck driver, sir. I'm a truck driver. I have my own little thing. I had my little cry session and I bawled, and it was what it is. But at least I know I have Archer, Janeway, Picard, Cisco, Picard. At least I have those. I have 50 plus years of episodes. I don't have to watch these things anymore. It really does make sure it's
painful. It can be painful to watch sometimes. Sure,
but on top of that, you can't even watch the original movies on Paramount Plus.
Okay.
Which pisses me off.
Well, hear me out, folks. I want to give them a chance. I'm willing to take the pain, but it's like I'm trying to give them a chance to actually do what Trek does, but it doesn't seem like it is, and it's just like no. Because furthermore, it's not just me. I have now gained 2 sister-in-laws that are mixed. I've gained a brother-in-law that's mixed. My fiance, thank you very much. I am now getting married soon. She's white, but she has mixed brothers and sisters. I also have my brother's kids who are Puerto Rican, this, that, and the third. So I'm not going to show them representatives of our people colors, because I can say this honestly without it being a detriment to channel, and I'm being careful. I've thought in my head, sir. I cannot show these things. This future that we should be going to of equality to my future generations. When I pass on, I want to make sure that all these people, all these kids, that I'm going to be an uncle, a brother-in-law to, I want to make sure that they actually represent themselves the right way, because it's all about representation. I'm not going to show them these episodes. I'm going to show them the original 5 series. I'm not going to show them Burnham. I'm not going to show them Burnham or Barner or even Pike.
It's Boimler.
I don't care. She's not important to my life. What's important in my life is not taking my truck and crashing into somebody and actually hurting somebody.
Well, I'll say this. I agree that Star Trek at its core is supposed to show us an optimistic view of the future of humanity. And that's something that unfortunately, with the exception of, Lower Decks kind of does it in a humorous way, but but Lower Decks really is just about poking fun at the silly things about Star Trek.
Yeah,
which is great.
Yeah, which is fun. But the problem is that it's not, and I understand why some people don't like it. They don't like it because it's just making fun of Star Trek. It's not real Star Trek in and of itself. But I don't think it's trying to be. I don't think that Mike McMahon is trying to make a serious Star Trek show. I think he's poking fun at it. And by the way, if you didn't see this week's episode yet, you've got to see it. The last minute of the episode is worth watching it just to see the whole the Riker scene is worth the entire episode for. It is so good.
Keeping you all in my prayers. Rukatu Adonai Elohinu Melech Haolam Asher Kidshanu B Mitzvotav VT Zivanu Ladlik Ner Shel Shabbat.
And thank you, Lisa. I have no idea what that means, but I appreciate it so much. And you have I don't know if that means you're taking off, but thank you so much for the $5. I do appreciate it.
I have some good personal news on my front. I've found a boyfriend.
Well, that's
after 10 years of looking.
Okay, this is what I was trying to say. Well, using the in-game theory, in-game between the Hulk and the old one. You remember that long line? Okay, this is right here the original series. Okay, this is the original series. Pike, everything, the original Gene Roddenberry Star Trek. We go all the way from here, from that to from that, then we got to sit here explain between Enterprise. We got to explain how from here to here how that different between here and here in the Enterprise. And of course, then we got the original series. I'm sorry, original series. This is original series. Then we came Enterprise right here. From here to Enterprise, then came original series. Then came series, then the motion picture, all 6 films, TNG, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and then after that, we got to figure out where does JJ go here or JJ go down here, and that universe come down here. Then we got to explain all that right there, and then of course we got to explain. They go back and explain Discovery and Discovery Century back here. This is somewhere up in here. Then the whole gap right here, the whole gap is going to be what the new Discovery, which is the third century, what's happening between here and here. And that's what I'm trying to say is what's going to be a hard time for someone to come up and make a new series. They got to explain this, and go back here. Or we're going to keep going like this, or we go this way and go this way like we did in game and also in the universe and figure out how we going to make a good series. And that's the problem I was trying to say they're going to have. If somebody say, well, I'm going to make a new series, where do I go? Do I go here, or go way back here again? It's going to be hard. Second thing, Star Trek is always about, like I said, we all agree Star Trek is always about seek out new life, uniting, search for open knowledge, maybe someday we think that the center of the galaxy is out there, which I think we are the center of the galaxy. We always come at because we always believe why all these UFOs come here in a way, because I think they think we are the center of the galaxy. It's going to be hard for all of us to unite on something, on common goal. And I think one thing that I do miss about Star Trek is coming. They always had a common goal to do: work together, save this planet, fix this planet, contact these people, stop some war, stop some factions like this. Y'all did together. It's always been that way. It's going to hurt. It's too bad that this century here we should be better than World War II, World War III, World War IV. Make sure we never have a World War III. Make sure we never have World War IV. If we stand united, and it's look like it's not going to happen. And I thought, we learned that from he's one thing about Star Trek. That right there, show it right there. We coming together to seek on and everything. Stop everything.
Can I interrupt?
Go ahead.
I do believe so far we have been very successful in avoiding nuclear conflict.
Well,
to think about it this way, Star Trek is also an allegory on the human condition. That is what the whole franchise is about. No matter what era you're looking at, the era of the original series was during Nam, Korea, and right after World War II. So it was relevant to them. And it was about the drawdown of the USS power in a way, militarily, and it being converted into something else.
I'm tell you something right quick about this nuclear thing. Okay, I'm tell you what reason why nobody wants to get rid of the nuclear power, because everybody still wants to show on we had to still have a big stick.
Well, actually, Chief, let me ask. I want to ask Admiral this, because if Star Trek is constantly an allegory for the human condition, all right, then what is the current status of Star Trek an allegory for? Because I see it as a complete and utter mess.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
absolutely.
And the allegory now for modern Trek is the status of the world, how every country, it seems, is imploding in it on itself. Even the stable ones in the Middle East are starting to implode.
Okay, so wait, hold on. So why are we doing that? Because here's the thing, because Star Trek the original series, Star Trek the Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and Enterprise all went out of their way to say, here are the problems that we're having, and we're going to conquer those problems, and here's what mankind is going to do, defeating those problems and show an optimistic view. Where in Discovery and Picard, it's, oh, everything's just gonna suck.
Right.
Why is that better? Why is that good entertaining? Why is it that people find that entertainment in the idea that it's just gonna suck?
It's not gonna entertain, first and foremost. Now, I want to show these.
Well, hold on, Ian, because the reason I want to ask Admiral Saval this is because he likes. He likes this stuff, and so that's why I want to know.
Get to a point.
I'll shut up, but then I do want to answer one I actually have about go ahead.
Of Discovery and Picard.
But so how is this entertaining to watch something that does not present an optimistic view?
Because if you want to have an optimistic view on the future all the time and not face the realities that we have to face, like Star Trek has always done, they said we overcame some of it, but also it took centuries to do it.
We have a better chance in World War III to happen. And I say,
here's my thing.
Everything.
Here's Enterprise. Enterprise happens about 100 years from now, after there was a world war that destroyed most of the world's historical records, and many countries don't know how it started.
Well, we're not talking about Enterprise. We're talking about Discovery, and we're talking about Picard. So I'm asking you, why is it, and Daniels, I know you like this stuff too, so you can chime in if you want. Why is it good entertainment to watch nihilistic, dark, pessimistic, if you will, entertainment, as opposed to stuff that shows you a humanity that can rise and conquer and triumph over these things?
Because if you show a humanity that can rise and conquer over all these things, you're not admitting that we as a species still have too far to go to reach that point. You have to remember, it's the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th century in the Star Trek era. And the 31st century, which is the year 3189 in Discovery. And you would think maybe because the Discovery point, it's warp kind of failed after about 700 years of use. The Federation fell apart because of
right, but you're telling me the history of the Federation. I want to know, why is it good that it's, but we're watching pessimistic entertainment. I'm not asking you for the Federation history.
You don't want to have a optimistic view all the time.
Why not?
Because it gives you a false impression of reality. My mom's a psychiatrist. This is what she would say.
Okay. Well, I disagree with that, but that's okay.
May I?
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead, Ian.
Okay, so first and foremost, I'll go into it. So, I'm gonna. Can you do like a quick view of full screen?
Let's see if I can do that here. All right, what's that?
Okay, so obviously you see the color of these. These, I got 2 pairs. These are I call them my Enterprise blues, and I do it with my truck driving. It's it's pants. I got multiple pockets in the third. Okay, come back out. I'm sorry. So, it's Star Trek Enterprise for me was one of those things. Where was the gap of reality and fantasy? Now, concerning Kirk, Picard, Janeway, Cisco, they are in a fantasy of what we need to be. But Enterprise, Archer, that became my favorite because that is the gap of what we need to be. Even if you saw the behind the scenes, of how they built Enterprise, was they took a submarine ship and actually tried to build the XL-1 to be a submarine. The way they built the engineering section, this, that, and the third, what have you.
Right.
Enterprise was and is something that I do strive for and I hope for, even in my career as a truck driver, because right now, all of us we're losing truck drivers right now. Now, that's a real world thing, but I see it this way. We're losing fellow drivers, but at least I can be Captain Archer. I can be Connor Trinneer. I can be Commander Tripp. I could be Mayweather. I could be Malcolm Reed right now. I can do those things. Mm-hmm. Those people, those characters inspire me to do better. And that's where it comes from. And this is why I love Enterprise, because they're going out and doing something that
all different versions of Trek inspire people in different ways.
I don't think that the new shows inspire people. I don't.
No, they don't.
And I'll tell you this, and this is my problem with the new Trek, is and by the way, Admiral Saval, I'll say this: I think your mom is right in that I don't think we need everything to be rainbows and unicorns and flowers and candy and all that.
Whatever.
Yeah, not everything has to be that. But you know what?
You're frozen, dude.
Okay, on my screen, everybody's moving around. Am I frozen for the rest of you?
Yeah, okay.
You were frozen for like a second.
Okay. Anyway, so, but I don't think that everything has to be rainbows and unicorns, right? I don't think that. No. But here's the thing. I don't watch Star Trek 24/7, and Star Trek is not the only show I watch. If I want to watch,
I don't either.
Right, but if I want to watch something that's a little dark and a little bit gritty, guess what? I watch The Expanse, and I love The Expanse, and it is dark, and it is gritty, and it's a little nihilistic. But I watch The Expanse religiously because it's a really well-made show. But you know where I go to for my inspiration? Trek. But I certainly don't go to frickin' Picard for it. I certainly don't go to Discovery for it, because you know what? When I put that on, I only do it because I have this YouTube channel and because I know we're going to be talking about it. If it wasn't for the fact that I have this YouTube channel, then the only Trek I'd be watching right now is Lower Decks, and I'd be keeping my fingers crossed for Strange New Worlds.
Hey,
and this is why I go. This is why I go into Enterprise, is because I'm going to the unknown. Because the last year, my brothers and sisters have been fighting for all of you to actually try to actually get you all the goods in there. As truck drivers, we are in a world of hurt, and we're losing people. Mm-hmm. So you know what?
That's not just in the U.S.
Enterprise mind, and I also had to find my Voyager mind. Janeway is the unknown. Archer is the explorer. I have had those two combinations in my mind. So thank you, Janeway. Thank you, Kate Mulgrew. And thank you, Scott Bakula. Because you know what? You two and your crews and your ensemble cast helped me actually help my country and help another country too. Now I'm working for two countries. I'm doing economies for not just us in the United States. I'm doing Canada too right now. For the last 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, and for the next 1 or 2. So I have to inspire myself through Trek in order to do my job. And this is the thing that these people don't understand. Our fantasies are combined to our realities. The things that we see in our fantasies, whether it be Trek, Wars, Who, whatever, connects us and inspires us to actually do better in our realities. I'm a Yankee fan because I was a Yankee fan back in the
Daniel,
day. Back in
mute your mic.
97, 8, 9, 2000, 2001. And those were the big years that the Yankees were actually big. But I'm also a Trek fan too. So was Voyager. Now D6-9, but also Enterprise, Trek, TNG, and also TOS, because my father before me inspired me to actually watch Trek. So it is what it is. It's coming down to we need these things, these stories to inspire us to do better. So I have all these stories. I have my team, my B team, and I'm not gonna lie, I also was trying out for a baseball team. I failed. It is what it is. This is what I'm hearing now. But I did actually go out for a baseball team, Kansas City Royals. But it inspired me to actually try to do so. Inspiration needs to be done to not just myself, but to any human to actually better themselves.
Right.
And that's what Trek does. Trek is supposed to be inspiring. It's supposed to build a person up to do better themselves, to actually reach for the quote-unquote stars, whether it be figurative or literal.
For me,
and that's the failing of what's going on right now. And that's what pisses me off about it.
Star Trek, what do they do about the people who have diseases like Crohn's or autism? Where do they go? That's my question.
Well, they do.
To me, Stamets in Discovery is like, oh, am I too loud, dude?
No, I'm listening to you because I have hearing. I'm losing my hearing, so go ahead.
One
thing. I thought I was too loud for you.
You're fine. Go ahead.
What I'm getting at is, to me, Stamets and Tilly. So, Stamets is a high-functioning autistic person who I would classify as the person with Asperger's. While Tilly herself had autism, which is maybe stage 1 or 2. And when you think about it, this is also going for the modern era because there's more autistic people than most people actually want to admit in not just the United States, Canada, England, just the entire world, because of basically for 50 years we
one thing about Star Trek is this: when NASA was created, the one thing NASA was supposed to do is go out in space. That's what the space shuttle was created for. Shows Challenger, Discovery, Enterprise. I forgot the other two.
The Enterprise shuttle never flew. It was just
I'm not names. I'm just thinking names. It's the shuttle. The job was
there was Challenger, Discovery, Columbia, Enterprise.
It's not about fluidity. It's not about gender fluidity, right? It's about the expression of human condition. It's about
that's the problem. Is that
honestly, because I'm gonna say this right now, and you can cut me off right now after this. It's one of those things where I did watch Discovery, and the love story between Stamets and Culber was the best thing of that story. Everything else sucked. Because actually, no, I'll let you answer. I will, but I want to just put this out there. The only thing that I saw with Discovery was the actual love story between Culber and Stamets, a gay couple loving each other, not freaky, not this and a third, not sick. What people would actually, outside of us, would be like, oh my God, oh my, two gay people being like, I would say the other word, but I'm not going to. Oh my God, two guys loving each other. Oh my God, that's so wrong. No, it's not wrong. If people love each other, love in this. Okay, you know what? Because I have a hatred to love is love, because that love is love thing goes into something darker. But I will say this, that love is love. They love each other. The Stamens went, it was the Tempest. They ironically actually did a good story with the Tempest, where the Seven Rings of Hell to actually get their lover. And I would do the same for my fiance and my future wife. And
yeah, I would do the same for my
Kitty
fiance.
K, I will say this, Kitty K, my producer, if you're watching this, I know you do the same for me. I will do the same for you. I'll go through 7 rings of hell in order to get your ass out of it. So that's what it is. It's that at least Star Trek Discovery showed that if you love somebody and if you care for somebody, you will go through hell to actually do what you gotta do.
All right,
but that's the only thing that they actually gotta do.
Ian, hold on. I know you want to keep talking, but I got the warning from the wife, so.
Okay.
So that's
okay. I'll shut up.
Yeah.
Okay. So
my show, my rules. So, Chief, you got
sorry.
2 minutes. That's all you get, Chief.
Well, what I'm trying to say was NASA was created to be a job an international job that unite all of us to go seek out in space. That's what Kennedy said. That's what NASA was. That's why we be the shadows, and that's why we got the International Space Station. It's supposed to be a common goal for all of us unite to do the ultimate exploration of the unknown. And that's what the main thing I think we're supposed to do it, and we missed that part right there. Now when he canceled the NASA program, it canceled the dream. The Star Trek was always supposed to be right there, a common goal, common future. We all going to go out in space. Maybe someday we're going to live out in space, the moon or Mars or whatever. That was going. Now it's like it's not going to happen. Because we got people like the rich people make jets and everything, rockets, the Tesla guy and all that stuff. If NASA program will still continue today, the common goal would be let's all go out in space together, black, white, whoever. That was the common goal with NASA.
Well, the irony is that NASA won't do it, and so we have billionaires that'll do it for them since they're not going to do it.
Yeah, but exactly.
Try to get this phrase.
But the main goal with NASA probably all of us doing together. Every nation will put that money in and do that. You don't see that now. It's gonna be hard for us because it was one united thing that we always go the unknown space. But no one owns space.
Right.
No one can pay for a buy. You can't own no property, no territory, or anything. But it's something we all can explore and see what's out there.
Well, that sounds all nice and dandy, but the fact is that whoever's there owns it. That's the bottom line. Is that whoever is on Mars owns Mars.
Right.
And speaking of owning Mars, some idiot Martian is here. But
you're a little late, Matt.
Now you show up right when I'm sitting here trying to wrap things up. What are you doing here?
You twit.
Being a jerk, apparently.
Yeah. So what's up with the hot as hell thing? So when's that going to be?
That is August the 28th, 2 weeks from tomorrow. And it is, I'm going to be interested to see if I can do it. I tried to go on a long bike ride a couple days ago, and I couldn't make it but like 20 miles, and then I had to quit.
20 miles? Wait, you're supposed to go 100 miles and you couldn't make it 20?
Yeah, something was weird. Like, I don't know. I was sick a couple weeks ago, and ever since then, I've just been really weak.
Hey, check.
And it's like, did I get the Delta? I have no idea, but I'm going to spend the next couple weeks hopefully getting back up to snuff, and so we'll see, man.
Motherboard and radiator right here. Right.
Nice.
Right.
You won't have a motherboard for a Verizon TV, would you?
not one, but two 780 Ti's. Right?
Okay.
So,
For a TV set, a flat screen TV.
By the way,
why would I have a
those are no
780
longer
Ti
supported.
for a flat TV? Right? What is this?
He's
one?
on, my friend.
Oh, those are the fans for
No,
the radiator. Wi-Fi adapter. Working on the hard drives right now. I'm going to try to run that utility, see if I can get the Windows key for you.
Have tape
yeah, so
measure
Jelly
if you
Bean-
need one.
It's a great utility. I've used it a lot in the past. I admittedly haven't used it since they started to do a paid and a free version, but it should still work fine.
All right.
I have a question.
Goodbye, my friends.
Have a good one.
Out to you.
Later, Matt.
Have a good night.
So, if you don't mind, Matthew, put the link for your hot as hell thing in the chat so that people can help. Yeah,
Sure.
because
And thank you, by the way, for talking about that earlier.
yeah, and so if you want to help out Matthew, he's trying to help women that he's hurt. I believe it is right.
Wow.
It is remarkably close to what's true.
Yeah.
Like maybe a word or two off, but that's like 80% correct.
Okay, there you go. So right there's the link if you want to pledge to help out Matthew, helping women that he's hurt. And
Hey, real. I do have a question for you. You from Cuba, right? That's Cuban flag behind you. Are you from Cuba?
No, it's some NES stuff. No,
that's
you.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, yeah. What, is that Cuban flag?
Puerto Rican, isn't it?
Puerto Rico,
Oh,
Puerto
my,
Rican.
Yeah.
oh, my bad.
Okay, honestly, I'm gonna say
51st state, man.
Yeah,
Never
eventually.
call a Puerto Rican a Cuban because they get really pissed off when you do that.
Yeah, no,
So-
And that's why I'm being really nice right now because this is not my channel. So
You give me
I know. Okay, honestly, I've
Now you're going to get this whole thing going again when I'm trying to wrap up the chat. Now stop. Stop.
yeah.
Stop.
Let's
Just
finish this.
stop.
I'll just
All right.
ask one question. Can you give me a Cuban? Can you give me?
It's not a virtue signal. It's my people.
I need a Cuban cigar. Can you give me a?
He's Puerto Rican. He can't get you a Cuban cigar.
Well,
Jeez, what are you being? Chief, stop
I
being.
know that.
Mike, thank you. Because
Jeez.
honestly, like
You're being a freaking racist here. You can't get a Cuban cigar from a Puerto Rican. It doesn't work that way.
God damn it.
Unless they're a diplomat, unless they're a Puerto Rican diplomat in Cuba, you
Yeah.
can.
people
But he's a freaking trucker.
Hey,
somebody.
we're the only Latins that
You know
are
somebody,
actually
you know
Americans. So
Wow.
there you go.
You're almost as bad as Matthew.
Well, I was gonna say, are Cubans a different race than Puerto Ricans, or is it just a different nationality?
Mike, can I go through this quickly? Because I
Yeah,
actually
go
don't know.
make it quick because I do need to wrap this up. The missus
Okay,
is going to get
I
mad
am
at me.
ignorant on that. I'm not trying to trigger. I'm just ignorant.
Give me 2 minutes. The minute you say stop, I'll stop. So
Here, let me put you next to Matthew so you can slap him if you need to.
Oh God. Oh my God. Hey boy, how you doing?
You're looking at me now. That Matthew's on the
Here
other
is what
side.
it is. So
Edward
we're
Chief Cuckoo needed the good old slapping.
We're gonna go through a quick Latin history right now. First and foremost. So again, Mike,
stream's
Michael,
about
just
in.
cut me off when I'm done, and I'm gonna give you respect. So Spaniards came out to the actual New World. New World was like full of things and rocks and people in the center third. So the Spaniards decided to basically have relations with everybody. And then one part of the things was part of my island, which is Puerto Rico. I would say Puerto Rico, Cuba, Dominican, third, and it also there's a slavery trade, so they actually pushed people into the islands. So it came to the islands, and also basically the Spaniards basically banging at each other. This is what happened right now. So I am actually a combination. If you want to take away one side, I am actually African, Spaniard, and African and Taino Indian. The Taino Indians were also the indigenous people that came when the Spaniards came down Wipe them out, not just because of killing them, stabbing them, or doing certain great
Pandemics
things,
and stuff.
but also pandemics. So it comes when it is. So I'll put it that way, and that's it. So I'm also quickly, because of our people, we couldn't fly this flag. It may be considered, and I said this before, it could maybe be considered a virtue signal. It's not a virtue signal. We could not fly this flag. Our people, and I'm a half C, but my father and my father's family, we earned this. We couldn't fly this flag through American culture for years until recently, like 30, 40 years back. Please correct me.
You're
But
correct.
we have the flag now, so we're doing it. And one of the things that my father instilled in me is to have pride in your culture.
So, Ian, you
Can I
should
add
point out
something?
to Matthew that, of course, Puerto Rico is not in Europe.
What?
And didn't the Portuguese also colonize
I wish I was Europe.
a little bit of Puerto Rico?
So, Ian,
honestly,
are you of the
if I was
stance
Europe,
that?
go ahead.
I was gonna say, are you of the stance that you would prefer Puerto Rico to be the 51st state, or would you rather true independence? Because I think the quasi is like really bad. I think it should be one way or the other, and that the quasi is actually very hurtful.
I won't go into politics into Mr. Crawford's channel. If you want to ask me that, DM me and we'll go from there.
Awesome.
51st state.
51st state.
Michael, I'm trying to save you. Okay, does everybody want me to answer the question?
You could just give you don't have to go to the long answer. Just tell them the.
I'll go in the short end, but do everyone?
Yeah, you can, don't worry. Nobody's going to be offended.
I would be happy when Puerto Rico gets its statehood.
Go for it.
No, because honestly, the people that are in power right now will not treat my people in the same realm.
If
of
it ever
Americans.
gets statehood,
I'm born in Brooklyn. I'm born in Brooklyn, New York. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I'm a New Yorker. I'm from the United States. I was born there. My father was born in New York. My grandparents came from the island. So at least he passed away. But they also too. But I'm the last of the islanders that are actually indigenous here of our country. I cannot see a unification of the island to this country right now because of what's going on. That's me personally.
As much as we
like if you had your wishes,
Israelis
which would you
up,
prefer?
I'd say they are the 51st state.
And this is the thing, I'm a center right person.
Okay.
So I'll put it that way.
You're correct. He's absolutely right. Because I think what he done to what's the name of the other island? The King.
Hispaniola.
No, not that other one. The other one.
An island.
The island was hit by the storm a couple years ago. Oh God. What is
that
Haiti.
was. Not Haiti. It was 2 years ago, Hurricane Matthew, ironically, I think he's talking about.
That makes sense.
It's the worst.
When
the island that we own, but they can't vote. That island.
You're talking about the American Virgin Isles and
Was it Samoan? No, not Samoan. Oh, God.
I just find it interesting that if we're citizens in a way,
Wow.
my ancestors, my cousins, what have you, are citizens of this country, we can't actually participate in the American experiment.
Yeah,
I'm lucky I can do so. I'm very lucky I can do so. I'm now past 35. I can run president if I want to. Don't want to because honestly, it's just too dirty. I would. I'm that type of motherfucker. I will. I don't care, but I do care in a way because now I have people connected to me, and I cannot risk their lives.
Right. they are afraid the island might go which way the other. But like I said, we don't want to talk politics here. But it should. I think your shape. I think your island should be independent. I think you have a right to be independent. I think that. Excuse me, I'll use my voice.
You know, as I said earlier, as much. No offense, Israel. Y'all need to stand on your two own feet and not rely so much on the American budget to get your butts out of the fire. I consider Israel our 51st state, and I have Israeli blood in me.
I will put it this
and
way,
Russian.
Great.
I'll put it this way and this way, and then we'll go from there. Mr. Trekker, Salty, Auntie, wherever you want to call yourself. Mr. Crawford, you are my elder, so I'm calling Mr. Crawford. It's with my channel, and Michael has actually been on my channel, and he understands the same way. I'll put it this way, all you folks. I will talk to anybody. I have no problem talking to anybody. I'm willing to actually see either sides. I do have my views, but I'm willing to bend my views or at least try to view things that the third. But if you're going to be a prick, you get the fuck off my channel because that's what it is. We're having civil conversation. Furthermore, I want to be civil. Now, I had someone say, like, why don't you run? I'm not going to run. I just want to be the guy that opens the door. That's it. And I'm going to be here to actually talk about pop culture and just be a chill dude. That's it. You want to actually talk furthermore? You come to me and we'll talk. Otherwise, if I visit your channel, I'm going to respect your channel on what you do and what you do from there. That's it. That's my thing, and that's what I'm going to do. And that's why I'm actually a visitor here for Mr. Crawford. He respects me, and he gave me respect to actually come here. That's about it. So, sir, please, let's, if we're going to end this, please end this now. Unless you want to ask me more questions, DM me.
If Puerto Rico is a state, will you vote Republican?
I'm a visitor.
Yeah. So Alex puts in $1.99 super chat and says, if Puerto Rico is a state, will you vote Republican? Which I don't even understand that question, to be honest with you, Alex.
I am a Republican.
Yeah, I don't I don't vote by party line.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome to the club.
There goes the stream. You
Yeah.
just got demonetized. Your
Yeah, great.
Yeah, you got the black.
Thanks, Alex. You just got me banned from YouTube forever.
Yeah, the one black Puerto Rican guy that every white person knows is actually a conservative Republican.
Bad enough I got the Texas Grand Wizard of the KKK sitting next to you, so you know it's like.
Michael, you understand? I've been on like 17 other streams. If I say this now, I cascade into like 17 other people right now. So like, I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry for being conservative. I'm sorry for.
You're not the only.
I'm sorry for actually thinking about equal
We're all
rights.
banned. It's over. We're all banned.
I was thinking about equal rights, folks. I'm sorry.
Wow, we might as well be like, Epstein didn't kill himself.
No, stop!
No. I don't even joke about
I believe only 90% of what I just said, YouTube. I'm just being contra.
If you say stop the steal, I'm gonna punch you in the face.
Yeah, stop the steal. It wasn't a I'm messing, sorry.
Oh wait, is that a black dude below me?
Yes, I am black.
Well, perfect, because you know it. Wait in the watch.
Yeah.
So I'm half black, so that means I'm above you, obviously, unless
I'm trying. Well, you see, well, here's the funny thing. So I'll say this, Ian, and because this is kind of the funny thing about Star Trek, and this is where I was kind of going when you were talking about the love story with Stamets and all that.
Right.
My problem with the way they've kind of presented Discovery, and going back to like what Admiral Saval was saying about them having people with disabilities on the show, they make it like, wow, this is a big deal, and oh, the Star Trek fans, are they going to be able to accept this? And it's like, we're Star Trek fans. Are you idiots?
Look at it this way.
Look
at it this way. In reality, it's a lot harder for a disabled person to get a job, and once they get it, to maintain it, because they're the first ones on the firing line to get taxed. Hold
on, Saval. I'm not talking about that.
There's some truth to that.
Yeah, hold on. We're not getting into a debate about that kind of thing right now. But the point of it is that we are Star Trek fans. Where the heck does the network get off thinking that we're going to get upset about increased diversity on Star Trek? Star Trek has always had a lot of diversity, and as far as them, in the whole thing about people with disabilities, yeah, sure, it's true that they didn't go out of their way to show people with disabilities, except maybe sure they had like Barclay. Now look, was Barclay,
right.
And I'm sorry, Barclay did show signs of
autism.
You could argue autism, but basically, I'm trying to think of the right term.
Anxiety.
But also they showed they cure that stuff.
Hey Siri, how do I say goodbye, my friends, in Chinese?
What the guy named that? Jordy.
Jordy was disabled. But even all the way back to the original series with Alexander the dwarf, and Kirk was like, "Hey, you know what? Where I come from, it doesn't matter." Right. And so that's been implied with Trek all along. So this is nothing new. And so the fact that, and the problem that I have with the newer Trek is that's all they got. That's it. They've got diversity. Okay, great. What else you got?
Another thing,
okay, they got a nice little side romance with two of the characters who happen to be gay. Great. What do you got for sci-fi? What do you got for adventure? What do you got for advancing the human condition? Anything? No?
Yeah. Also, like I said before earlier, all our technology has grown very much. You can't sit there and tell me that medical technology has increased, got better.
No, apparently it got worse because now they're pushing around on manual wheelchairs. But
yeah. How the hell Jordy, which I think is a stupid idea, but still, how did
Jordy getting pissed at you, Mike?
Jordy get because the visor because technology increases. Having someone can I walk and talk? It's crazy. Even that chick that was on Deep Space Nine who was in a wheelchair. Only reason why she was in a wheelchair because her body was like Superman. But gravity was different. But she able to walk. Technology
and
grown.
Pike.
Don't forget, Picard has a prosthetic heart.
So yes. But the point is that I think that it's great that they have plenty of diversity on Discovery. I don't have a problem with that. The problem is that they don't have anything else, and I want more than just a diverse cast. I want adventure. I want the human condition. I want optimism. I want to know that humanity continues to get better, and I don't see any of that. And that's why I'm having trouble enjoying the show. That's why I'm like, is this all you got? Because I'm not having fun.
Yeah, and this is what it comes down to: is the fact of they don't have have individual episodes for us to actually understand, actually get to know all these individual
No,
people.
because it's always about Burnham, and she's
exactly.
not a character.
What about Saru?
Well, she's the best ever. What more can you want?
What about the actual love story? Because we do get flashes of the love story between Samus and Culber. Again, for me, when it came to Discovery, that was like actually the best thing they did. They went hardcore in that, and my thing was B'Elanna and Tom Paris. The way they actually got together, and actually the way they actually did the Culber Samus story surpassed the Tom Paris B'Elanna story in a way. But what they also did with everything else kind of really dropped it down. So for me, Tom and B'Elanna are still the ultimate couple that they were trying to portray within Trek. But also, too, they never went into the interpersonal stories that Trek is supposed to be now. It's not the big three,
but
like
that's
in the
not...
TOS. It's supposed to be individual stories. And
no, I see. I disagree because I don't want to watch people crying and making out and making babies on the show. I'm not interested in Gilmore Girls in space. I don't want to watch people, talking about their periods and eating ice cream. What I want is adventures in space and science fiction and exploration and problem solving and science fiction. I don't, and I'm sorry, watching Michael Burnham and Tilly crying about how much they miss each other is not entertaining.
And they don't have to do
Yeah,
that.
I feel like you just attacked Deanna Troi a whole lot there.
They can still do interpersonal stories. They can still do
you attacked
interpersonal
ice cream eating
without actually being CW. Just saying.
You attacked baby making.
Done.
She had a baby.
Also, one thing they missed is, okay, we have 4 captains, all 4, maybe 5 captains, five, all human, all humans. We finally got one captain who was an alien from another planet, and look how they treat him.
I don't care about that. I'm a humanist. I don't care.
Wait.
I am absolutely a speciesist or whatever. I do not want freaking Klingon captains. I do not want Andorian captains. I want the main cast to be human. And in fact, I think that's Deep Space Nine's biggest drawback is that they have more aliens. I think we should have. I think yes, absolutely, because it's about the human condition. That's the whole point of the show. If it's not about the Andorian condition, it's not about the Betazoid condition, it's about the human condition. I don't care about Worf and the Klingon Empire. They're cool side characters. They're not main characters.
Wait a minute.
But Worf and the Klingon Empire actually help these fine with
yeah, they help. They're great, but they're not. But I don't want to watch the. I don't want to watch the Worf Martok hour. The Worf and Martok are great. I love them as characters.
Worf show.
Luckily, I disagree.
Wait. Are you telling?
Okay, go ahead.
Are you telling me that all those years when Kirk was in command, we finally see Spock shine and rise on a less undiscovered country? You think there's time we'll see a Vulcan captain, Spock as captain, to have people follow under him? For all we had all year, have him being disrespectful.
No, what I'm saying is that was fine and that was great. And you know what I don't want to? Do you know what I don't want to see? 25 movies with Spock as captain. I don't want to see that because I want to see Kirk as captain. I don't, and so that's perfectly fine to see that. Okay, yeah, Spock was a great leader, and I don't have a problem with like even in Star Trek Star Trek 2, Spock was in command of the Enterprise, right? And until Kirk takes over because of an emergency situation. And I don't have a problem with that. And I was like, okay, Spock's ship. But I don't want to watch movie after movie with Spock in command.
This is the thing, though. If Shran somehow became Commander X-1, then that's what it is. And then we have to try to follow what Strand would do within that. And it actually,
I'm not watching the Shran show. Shran is a side character. Shran
he would have to, if Archer died, he would actually.
Archer's not going to die. He's the main character.
But if something happened within that universe, he would actually have to try to
remember
coexist.
the episode where
let me ask you a question. A quick question.
Where Archer failed and they were the last team.
Hold on, you're all talking at once. What, Chief?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay.
Yeah, Daniel, keep it down.
They create a new TV series, and they put a alien captain, an Andorian alien captain, and they may have a female first officer, not like what's her name, somebody different, Irish.
Doesn't matter. Whatever.
Okay, female captain, and he had 10 people behind him, and he's sitting on ship. You mean to tell me you're not gonna sit there and say you still want to see a human captain in command? He's good. He's everything. He's experienced. He on everybody.
I'm saying that Star Trek. How does Star Trek the motion picture end?
I don't understand it.
How does Star Trek the motion? How does Star Trek the motion picture end, Chief?
And she got like that.
How does it end? What is the last thing you see on the screen?
Enterprise warping in space.
Feature blows up.
No, you don't remember then.
The picture pieces out.
Experience.
The human adventure is only beginning.
Yes.
Yeah. It's all about. That's what Trek is. The human adventure is only beginning. It's not, hey, the Andorian adventure is only beginning. And I don't give a crap about the Andorian adventure.
I'm not saying
I do have to fall
have an alien captain caught in a shot.
I don't. You know what? If they do it, I'll watch the show because I'm going to watch anything that has Star Trek in the title. But
by the way, how's your missus doing, Mike?
How's what?
How's your missus doing?
Well, she's mad at me because I'm about a half an hour late right now. But,
for dinner.
But I'm gonna watch anything that has Trek in the title. But I'm telling you that if you know what, that's you want to continue to have it's the whole point of Trek is to show an optimistic view of who. The Klingons, right? That's what we want. An optimistic view of the Klingon future so that we can all look forward to what Kronos is going to do in the future. So we can... No, it's about the optimistic view of humanity. It's and so it does. You know what? Kronos is a cool side quest. Kronos is a cool ally. But you know what Kronos ain't? Humanity.
And there's a reason for that.
Tell me if they create
Gene Roddenberry was an extreme humanist.
And
he actually was.
He was.
Yeah.
They had the Klingons.
So I mean, that's a reason why this is a human experience. Gene Roddenberry wanted to paint a picture of the human experience in the future, something better than we are now. Because that's what he actually believed in.
I understand.
I mean, you can talk about how that came out.
There was a show right now that the fact of everything that we're seeing, with the CBS Trek is destroying everything that all of us as Trek fans have actually tried to build up.
Not all of us, but what you like.
My father.
Keep in mind, there are people on this panel that like the new stuff. So not.
I get my key.
There's some things I don't like about the new stuff.
I understand that, Admiral, but I'm just saying that you're not speaking for everybody. That's I just want to make that
I'm
clear.
speaking by myself, but I apologize to my disrespect. But I gotta say, honestly, I don't disrespect anybody that likes these things. It's on you. From what I see, the only thing I see that's off is the fact of we're trying to expand humanity, and Trek was the thing to expand humanity. And what's going on? Are we expanding humanity? Yes or no? Are we actually trying to think beyond our means? Yes or no? And those are the questions I'm going to leave off from there.
With
That's
current
it.
Trek, we're not.
I'm not saying anything else.
And by the way, so Thomas says, I'd watch a Trek show about Klingons, but you see, here's the problem. Your name is Thomas, and therefore you're a transporter clone. We already established that earlier in this stream. Everybody named Thomas is a transporter clone. We learned that earlier today.
Wow, you got my texting.
Wait a minute. How long is my name
right
said
now?
guy who is racist?
Hey, look at my name.
When did you do this?
Hey, now come on now. I didn't do that, Admiral Saval. No. I don't know what you're talking about there. I don't know what you're talking about there.
Sure.
No, I changed my own name.
100% missed that.
To
All
point
right,
out a
so
fact.
Oh gosh.
I do seriously think that Star Trek has lost its way, and I'm hoping that Strange New Worlds finds its footing. I truly do. We'll see in next year. But and the thing is I know that we would all, everybody on this panel and everybody in this chat, no doubt, would watch a show about Klingons. But we're already Trekkies. That's the difference. If you're going to gain an audience, you're not going to gain an audience by having a show with a bunch of guys in heavy makeup going, you're not going to gain an audience with that.
Okay.
Wait, what did you say?
Yeah, you grabbing your bat lift? Oh no, you just got a sword there. Okay.
What happened, man?
Okay, what about we have a show? Okay, so you all talking about human experience. Okay, we have a show. We have a human captain, and everybody else is alien.
It doesn't matter, Chief. You're missing the point. Okay, you can throw out a million hypotheticals. If you're gonna get an audience, you need to have something because number one, Star Trek ain't Star Wars, so it doesn't have that appeal right there. That's problem number one. Because people always say, "Well, what about Star Wars?" Star Wars has the mass appeal built in, and so you can't go on Star Wars. It's got the brand appeal already, and so
what do you mean?
Yeah. You got your lightsaber, very cute, and so Star Wars has its brand appeal that Star Trek just doesn't have because Star Trek is known as being the brand for nerds, and so then if you make it so that it is not only it's the brand for nerds, but then you're going to throw a bunch of weird aliens, which is exactly, by the way, what they did in the opening episodes of Discovery, where you see the bridge and you have the person with the computer head and the people with the big eyes and all the weird aliens on the ship.
That and guy with the computer head is actually a human augmented.
Admiral, doesn't matter. Okay, it does. You're missing the point. Average viewer looks at that and they're like, I'm out. What? I don't know what that is. And I looked at that and I'm like, what is that? That is nothing that's ever been established in Trek. What is that? And there is no explanation to it.
I agree on.
Well, chances are Kurtzman will make a warp show.
I understand what you're saying. It's always about the adventure. I understand that.
Right.
I agree with you.
So you need to make it something that people can watch, understand, and identify with. You can't throw a bunch of weird aliens at them and expect an audience to go, "Oh, this is cool."
But you don't think that all enemies, all things that we encounter, all the aliens we encounter, that someday they may all be aboard one ship working together side by side. The Klingons, the Romulans, the Vulcans, the Andorians, the Zemindar, all water doing the thing that Star Trek was meant to do, seek out new life. They all serving together in uniform, like warfare.
I'm not saying you can't have them integrated in, but I'm saying you can't have a majority alien crew. I think the crew needs to be majority human. And I think that to have the more aliens you put on the crew, the more you're going to alienate your audience.
If I may, the aliens were supposed to be a reflection of our human society. So we have a predominant human crew, but the aliens were supposed to be people of reflecting our short failings of our own human society. So the Bajorans, Klingons, Betazoids, what it were. So when you had the individual episodes of Ensign Rowe, the individual episodes of Worf, when he actually lost his, when he had this combination, actually gained it back. Everything that happened within the respect and the religion and the I can't think of the word right now, but everything that happened with all those characters and what we were watching with them made us reflect off those
He who controls the spice.
damn.
How about Tom Paris's New Zealand penal colony adventures, or soap dropping in the 24th century, would satisfy old trekkers and be groundbreaking, rolling on the floor laughing.
To make us think of what we were doing in our own society. And Star Trek actually helped us do what we got to do. And here we are right now, future later, and those lessons are lost.
Well, I think Alex just nailed it there. So Alex with a $4.99 super chat, thank you, says, how about Tom Paris's New Zealand penal colony adventures? Soap dropping in the 24th century would satisfy old trekkers and be groundbreaking.
It'd be quick.
Anyway, guys, look, I know we could talk about this literally all night, but the missus asked me to wrap this up like 45 minutes ago. So we are going to stop now. And so thank you all for joining. Matthew, thanks for coming in late, you jerk. And Ian, good to see you again. Hope that you have many successes over in your channel and driving up to Canada and back down. And, you know, say hi to Captain Foley when you're up in Canada. Do you ever drive to London?
Sadly, what's going to be happening is the next couple of weeks, I won't be going up there anymore, and I will contact you in the future. I will be going for the South, a new place, and we will be having a marathon, and I want you a part of it. Ooh. That's all I'm going to say right now. We'll talk later.
Cool. Admiral Saval, thanks for dropping by. Daniel, always a pleasure to have you around. And Chief Cook, always good to have you as a sparring partner. So
I have one thing to say.
You better be fast, Admiral, because I'm way late, buddy.
Yo ho. I just said goodbye, my friends, in sign Mandarin.
Oh, so you're going to give me even more banned. Thanks. I appreciate that. All right, so...
Why would Mandarin get you banned?
Because Chinese people, didn't they help Trump, or did they... I don't remember. Did they help Trump or hurt Trump? I get confused.
They helped Trump.
Right. Depends on what year.
I can never remember. It's like so hard to keep track of these things. All right, so there we go. So he's either a bot for or against Trump, something like that, and now Ian is a doctor again because, of course, he is.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure. That's all.
Still better than Ozzy Prey. I'll give him that.
24. Crazy.
It's a